So to recap, we started as the Pendragon dynasty. We are the violence inherent in the system. Started down here in what was formerly Brittany. Is now apparently the Kingdom of Nurking. We broke away and managed to invade Cornwall. We have gradually built the Duchy of Cornwall up into a reasonably sound and impressive space. We are still not a kingdom. We want to get that. We could theoretically form a kingdom. What we're actually pushing for is the kingdom decision to form the Kingdom of Cornwall. Restore the Kingdom of Cornwall, for which we need to be exalted among men, which is going to be a bit of a push, because they have really, really ramped up how difficult it is to earn prestige in this game, which is a good thing. But we want to do that. So we actually have all of the kind of stuff that we need, but we do need to be exalted among men. We also have an ongoing and long-term plan to restore Roman religion to Britain. And to do that, we actually started as a Roman character as well. And we have banked some Roman culture into our kingdom before we flip to Cornish. We have pockets of Roman around, which is critical to us because we need to make sure that we keep this so that we can flip back to being Roman after we have created the Kingdom of Cornwall. Because you need to be Cornish to create the Kingdom of Cornwall. As you can see. I mean, technically, theoretically, we shouldn't have to do it because it does only say that your realm baronies have to have Cornish culture, but the decision just doesn't show up unless you're Cornish. So that is on our list of things to do. This means we have lots to do. We were swimming along quite healthily, and still kind of are, until Uther's mother here, Morgana, kind of bit off a bit more than she could chew in dealing with the rebellion, which we weren't expecting to be quite so big as it turned out to be, and promptly got overthrown by our own son, Uther. Uther is now on the throne. We have literally, as we just finished the stream, was the point where Uther took over. We are 31. We're distinguished, we're not illustrious. We might, with a real push, we might make that exalted, but I doubt it. So I think what we'll actually need to do is maybe what we really need to do is get married quick and pop out some sprogs. Right now Morgana is our heir. It's worth noting that our half-brother Count Cador is semi-decent if we need him. And we've got Proxen here, but she's been married off. So this run may end very quickly if we do not find someone to marry Uther. And ideally, now we could go for prestige gain. What we really need here is a decent alliance. And the Kingdom of Italy is not potentially a bad alliance. Not as great as you might think. But then we're into duchies. Kingdom of Bavaria. No. The other alternative is we start shagging around very quickly. So we betroth ourselves to that, because that's 800 prestige, which is not to be sniffed at. I mean, that's basically just going to push us into distinguished. I don't think we're going to make it. I don't think we're going to make... We're not going to make it enough with Uther to get exalted among men. There's too much prestige. We're not going to make it. I think Uther's job is really to stabilise the kingdom. You don't think it's possible with a duke? I think it is possible to get exalted with a duke, but it is not possible to get higher than exalted, or it's very hard. You have to fight a lot of battles, because everyone forgets that fame is different to prestige. Prestige contributes to fame, but it's not limited to fame is not limited to prestige, so winning battles actually helps. Ah, you're on the Magi tea. I quite like that. It's quite a nice tea. It's sort of afternoon tea. The Oxford Calmer is really, really nice. I've not tried chocolate digestive. I might see if I can get them to send me some of that. I'm very much a lover of the kind of the traditional black teas. So I am quite conservative in my tea choices, but the nice thing about the Bird and Blend sponsorship is they are essentially, by sending me stuff I wouldn't buy normally, it is quite an interesting exercise in trying new things. It's nice. Padrin, thank you very much for the subscription. 11 months. That is what, 1.3 Twitch babies? Right, so we have literally just taken over. We have no idea if we've got faction problems, but we probably will. Because we are well below where our troops should be. My big recommendation is buy a teapot with a filter in it, or one of their single cup kind of diffuser things. You will get far better value out of buying loose leaf than you will at buying tea bags, just generally. And actually, to be fair, doesn't really take that much longer to make. They have some excellent green teas, Vera. There's several of their green teas I drink a lot. Ah, there you go, Swedish infuser spoons, great. Right. So first things first, I think Uther is going to need to stabilise the kingdom, which means we probably actually want to marry for traits. We might lose territory, to be honest, I think. The alternative is we go for alliance power, but I'm guessing we don't really have a lot of options. So I think we are best off just going for traits. I mean, we are filtering on traits already. Let's go no inheritable traits. So we could get Kingdom of Aquitaine, and that might not be a bad idea. And then we could throw out some bastards. Because Aquitaine has gradually been making a dent in the Hystein's kingdoms. But they're still quite vulnerable to them. Mercia can't out-troop us. This is the important thing. I think we gamble on traits. Let's gamble on traits. Got a 27-year-old genius here, which is probably not a bad call. She's got nice stats we could really use with that intrigue boost that she'd give us. Given that Mum is very pissed off at the moment. She's Welsh. Look at her stewardship. Jesus. We should probably go for the Welsh lass. I know she's only intelligent, but we're intelligent, so that'll trade up. It's going to hit our prestige, but I think it's worth it. I think that's worth it. Because I'm pretty certain we can host a feast the moment we drop our army down. Because that just needs to finish retreating. Right, we're going to need to get some powerful vassals onto the council. So let's start doing the rounds. Who is least bad at what? You're going to have to be our... You're probably going to be our marshal. Probably going to be our steward, which is annoying. No, Earl Wistan is our steward. Chancellor... I mean, Marshal... probably going to have to be Countess Maud. Chancellor, he's terrible at it, but we won't have to do it for long, hopefully, is Earl Onlaf. At least they don't hate us. Which means he is our spy master and does dislike us, which means you need to be swayed very quickly. Teapot in the microwave, outrageous. But yeah, I do have a little. I have a little 2-cup teapot as well. So this is what we just to prove I am actually drinking out. See, there you go. Look, that's what I'm drinking out of at the moment. I'm not literally drinking out of it, but that is the teapot I have. It's a nice kind of size, and then I'm a big fan of Turkish tea glasses, so I tend to drink out of Turkish tea glasses, which is probably a bit of a Walthamstow thing as much as anything else. But there we go. We can usurp the petty kingdom of Kent, which we should probably do, because actually that will instantly give us some prestige back. And it's probably just as useful as holding a feast. Sorted. Boa de Beast. Thank you very much for the follow. And to you, Quack84. Thank you very much for the follow. So, yeah, I think... Let's just double check what we're doing with Uther. I think... So, Uther could go Marshal. I mean, is it worth us picking up any more of these? I mean, Gallant is nice, because it does give you a 20% prestige boost, but we're not going to make it on the prestige. I think we flip straight to Intrigue. And we can go Temptation. Because when we finish swaying our Spy Master, we're going to try and have sexy times with ladies and see if we can produce a beautiful, intelligent baby. Kent did massively annoy us last stream. That's one hell of a shirt. Today's shirt is... So I collect and really love things like football shirts and rugby shirts and stuff like that. This is a South Africa Rugby Sevens shirt that from a local tournament that my brother's girlfriend, who's South African, brought me back from South Africa and gave me for Christmas, which is very nice of her. Yeah, we are losing money. I expect that to stop shortly because we will drop our army down, and that will help. And then hopefully things will improve, but let's see. You did not have a disfigured face. Oh no, hang on, that's alright. Phew, that's alright. I was going to say, like, have we just married someone disfigured? No, we haven't. It's her. She's just in her court. We will gain the money. Because I definitely don't think we're making it on a prestige push. So I think we need to focus on treasury and stuff like that. We can't drop the army until it's finished retreating is the problem. We do not have a court physician and we might want to sort that out. Okay, we are now making a small profit. We can do some stuff. The other thing we did do, if you missed at the end of last stream, is we did a bit of a cheeky punt into Dublin. And we did this because Dublin still had Norse culture. So what we were able to do, and this is critical to our future goal for restoring religion, is we were able to punt ourselves over there, flip Norse, which meant that we could take the adventure dynasty legacy, which now that we've flipped off of Norse, because we've unlocked the first one, we still have the ability to unlock the rest. And we need that because we're going to need Strange Gods, which gives faith conversion cost minus 50%. So we've just locked that in for future. We don't need it now, but we needed it soonish. So that's how we ended up with a bit of Ireland. You want freedom, you shall have it in death. This means we're probably going to lose a chunk of territory, I suspect, now. Because they will have more troops than us. There's not really much we can do about this. Now we could just release them, which I think releases those kingdoms, those territories. Fucking Kents again. Bloody Kent bastards. Yeah, we're not going to win that. We're going to lose a lot if we give it up though. I should probably just have converted to Anglo-Saxon and then we'd have converted our kid back. We might have to murk up and just go furiously into debt. What's annoying is they really shouldn't have fired. Like, you shouldn't have a faction that fires that quickly. I mean, we may be looking at a restart, but you know, YOLO. Because we're going to lose a lot. Right, let's think about this strategically. Because sometimes the best thing you can do in CK3 is take a step back. So if we lose, are we losing like basically everything? We lose Wessex. We lose White, Dorset, Somerset, Hampshire, Wiltshire. These are all the bits, aren't they? So we're going to lose that, and we keep that. I think we let them have it. We're not going to get that back. And we can pick them off afterwards. Like, essentially, we're not actually losing any counties that we directly control. I still blame all these people in Kent. We still have everything we want for Cornwall. And I don't think they'll hold that together. Like, we can pick that off. Look, he's only got 700 troops. Someone's getting murdered. Do I have a bishop to banish? Ooh, matron. Right. That does screw our council positions up somewhat, but that's fine. You get to be our steward. Count Cador gets to be our spy master. Our marshal gets to be probably our chancellor. And then our chancellor gets to be... Oh, do we make Cador? Let's make Cador our chancellor, and our spy master can be our mother. Nothing could possibly go wrong with us making our bitter mother our spy master. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this plan. She's on support schemes. Honestly, it's fine. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with this plan. No, I think we can pull it back. We've still got decent bits of territory floating around. The downside will be if some of the big guys start warring on us, which is why we do need to pop out some sprogs pretty quickly. We don't need to sway Alfred Wessex now, which is a plus. Speedy MF, thank you very much for the follow. It is appreciated. So I think what we actually want to do is get shagging. Yeah, exactly. Our mother, our bitter former ruler mother, who is also our heir and is called Morgana, is now our spy master, and nothing can go wrong with this plan. If you do hybrid Roman Cornish now, it would still allow Kingdom of Cornwall. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that's what we might want to do. But I don't think we need a lot of prestige to do it. And I don't think we get the prestige. Because, how do we do it again? Is it diverge? I'm still playing around with the new stuff. Oh look, well, hey, we get ancient miners. Nice. Because we don't want to reform it. Yes, we do still have a Roman bit under our control. Roman bit over there. Yeah, so I think what we actually need to do is we need cultural acceptance to be of a certain level before we can pull it off. So actually what we probably want to do is promote cultural acceptance. Gain 90 gold for no reason. That's a parting gift from that guy. That's nice. Bishop doesn't hate us, which is good. We got someone we can convert. Oh yeah, it's the Asatru hanging around there. We don't want to convert that because we need that Asatru at some point. And you need to look at the culture you're merging into. Ah. So we could probably hit the prestige cost for that relatively easily. What it comes down to is what we keep. And I think in terms of the pillars we'd need to keep. Has the Brythonic cultural pillar. So I think we'd be fine. Queen is Prego. We might not need to seduce anyone. Right, you're organising army, which is good. We need some soldiers back. We also probably want to have a look at what buildings we can improve. Right, let's not do much more than that, because we want cash. We also want our vassals to like us, so you can take the reins on that. Because we will try and do a seduction if we can. Do we actually want to murder this guy? Because she'd be harder to fight. Do we not just want to wait the truce out? I think we just wait that truce out. Because the only person he can marry off is himself, and unless he marries someone very good, and we know we can murder him. I mean, the truce is until 54. It's only 4 years. Yeah, but I don't need to be illustrious because I've got claims on Wessex. So I can just go straight after Wessex. I just need to not be disgraced. It's going to take us a little while to get back to established anyway. I think we stop trying to murder this guy. How much do you like me? You know what? We're not going to murder you. We're just going to wait out the truce. Let's get that alliance, Count Cador. Because it gives us time to tick up money, which we're going to need anyway. Yeah, Goodwell, I really hate to disappoint you, lad, but you are definitely not my player, eh? You really want to imprison him? Now we're fucked. What do they want? Oh, they just want Dublin. Yeah, knock yourself out, lads. Have fun. Look at that Dutch Gelra. Dublin is now Dutch. Have we attempted to romance our spouse yet? No, we have not. If she's going to keep popping me out hunchback babies, then that's not going to happen. We do kind of need a physician, though. Did we just lose our brother? We did just lose our brother. Yeah, okay, you can have it. Right, we probably do want to imprison that baby now. Before we have more vassals. Any good? Nope. Nope. I'm not employing a stupid lunatic. No wonder. Yeah, she may well be enthusiastic. I'm not employing her. Right. Get in the dungeon. Should have called him Richard. Yeah, you're not wrong. Right. We need to start getting some sexy times on. Let's see if there's anyone we can get on sexy times yet. Ideally with... There was a couple of geniuses floating around, wasn't there? Sort by age, probably. And they need to be gender female and adult. Adult. She's probably not going to be interested. No one lustful, which is annoying. She's a gardener. Yeah, I am not convinced that kid is mine. If I'm honest. Right, if we're not going... Let's try intelligent. Ideally we want someone who's intelligent and lustful, but I think that's a lot to ask for. Yeah, no one young enough. Or maybe actually we just go beautiful. Anyone beautiful and lustful? Problem with Fecund is it causes you more problems than it solves. Because you end up popping out so many freaking sprogs. What's one down from beautiful? Is it comely? Pretty. Let's try pretty. I'm hoping the stream doesn't go, by the way. I did look into it. Yeah, we're not 69. I did look into it. It's a graphics driver error, and it only happens on CK3, and other people have been having it as well. So I've updated drivers, and we'll see if that helps. Right, let's see if we can find some just generally pretty ladies. Which apparently shows up as handsome. Really seeing a lot of options at the moment. Do you want to be my court physician? Ugh. Could actually request a divorce. Why would we get a divorce? She's got sinful traits. Oh, she's sadistic. Yeah. We have a 33% chance of romancing our wife. What do we reckon she likes? She's stubborn, sadistic, and diligent. And what are we good at? Let's see if we can impress her by winning a sparring match. I recruit one of my senior soldiers and practice with him for 3 days straight. Once he deems me ready, we head together to the main courtyard. As we begin to spar, a crowd gathers and their cheers soon draw none other than the heroic petty King Keris. Soon the soldier fights valiantly, but I disarm him with a final flawless thrust. I kneel before Keris and declare my Ceres and declare my noble intentions. I dedicate this victory to you, petty Queen Ceres. Bring me your honour is my only desire. My beauty is speechless, but clearly flattered. Why else would she be smiling thusly? She is absolutely shagging someone behind my back. My friend died, apparently. Now, I'm going to have to be irritable. She's shagging the knight. Yeah, maybe. I think we're head of culture, aren't we? Let's call a hunt. Because we can call a hunt now. Are we head of culture? We are head of culture. What are we actually looking into? I feel like we probably want city planning. Go barracks. Is it worth getting us? But we could do some. She's not actually what we should have. Frankly, what we should have her doing is on disrupt schemes. We can get a Pope to like us more. Do you want to give us some money? How close are you to giving us money? Only minus 13. Send that to the Pope. Way! Give me money, Pope. Pope tax. And wife's prego. Let's see if this one's a slightly healthier baby. Shed Rakas! Very much for follow. I could picture myself with someone new. No. No. Swipe left. Swipe left. Swipe left. She's literally in prison. Swipe left. She's pregnant. Swipe left. Swipe left. Swipe left. Swipe left. There's a lot of left swiping going on here. I don't think we're going to have much luck here. The game is pretty terrible at this. Like, if he wants you to seduce someone, it should at least give you someone that's got good traits. Rip mother. I'm not seducing someone who's got lover's box. Not seducing the Queen of Alba. No. She's married though. No, we're picky about partners. CK3 Tinder is the worst. It is the worst Tinder. I'm guessing it's going to be you. Who really dislikes me. Which is a problem. Right, let's spend the gold on the feast. Now, watch us get the event that, Oh no, that's good. That's good. No, I knew we were going to get that event. You always get this event when you have less money than 50. Right, it's like 90% chance of happening the moment you can't afford it. Right, we are no longer disgraced. Sweet Lady Ceres. Is it Keris? Keris, isn't it? Please, sweet Lady Keris, I sigh as I kneel before her. My only desire is to bring you honour and happiness. Pray, tell me, how can I prove my love for you? Keris gives me a long look. Lady Githa's necklace is lovely, she says, and nods her head in the direction of Countess Githa, the wife of my Marshal, Earl Onla. But it would look even better around my neck. We've got a 30% chance of stealing it, but hasn't she got like really good intrigue? That's still only 46% chance of stealing it. Oh, we'll offer a hook for the necklace, that's fine. Because she's the wife of the Marshal, she's not the Marshal. Yeah, I don't think she married us for our glorious and beautiful visage. We are not getting any traits on these kids. I'm not convinced these kids are ours. See if we can find a physician again. Lady Keris, let me prove my devotion to you in any way you deem fit. Keris ponders a request for a while. I have been having nightmares lately. If you are truly devoted to me, you will stand guard outside my chambers and make sure no evils. You will sleep undisturbed. And I managed to stay awake. Go me. She is very good. Yes. Sorted. I just marry free courtiers with physicians, knights, or people of... Yeah, it is the other way to do it. It slightly depends on you having females that you can marry off. That's the only problem. I mean, we do have Aidgith here we could potentially marry to someone, which would work. Seuza, thank you very much for the raid. Is this... Seuza, is this you raiding me? Are you bringing the wrath of the old gods? I thought raids were meant to be nice things, but you've apparently descended on me and burnt all my towns. I can't really afford to go 40, but we can't go stressful. I mean, we probably win it, but we go crit stress. I think we're just going to have to go that. That's really annoying. But yes, thank you very much for the raid. We are doing a kind of semi-Arthurian run here. We are trying to restore Roman Britain. Which means trying to merge the Roman and British cultures. So we started as Roman, and it's been a mixed start. We managed to start here and we've taken back some of this. We also held all of this until the Wessex people got really uppity with us, but we have a truce up with them in 54, and if we can get back into the positives we can deal with it. She's Prego again. I've secured an invitation to a feast in Exeter. Have you ever been to Exeter? I probably would have just turned that down. And a seat close to Keris. Despite my determined attempts, I am failing to strike up a conversation. She is probably rendered speechless by the intensity of my affections. Yeah, no, sure, that's it. Suddenly, the loudest fart I have ever heard erupts from our side of the table. A few of the guests are looking at Keris. I must save her. We can afford that. Oh, give over! I just covered up your smelly fart. That's outrageous. You are definitely seducing people. The eternal problem who farted, indeed. Indeed. We'll try and save her. The sounds from the struggle above is the greatest motivator I've ever known. Without care for life or limb, I hoist myself through pretty keen Keris' window. I feel as if I have plunged into a frozen lake. Keris is on the floor, the intruder pushing her down, a gleaming blade between them. With a roar, I grab the villain by the collar and throw him into the wall. The rest is a blur. When the danger is over, I turn towards her. Keris, are you all right? I ask cautiously. As if the words were a spell, she finally unfreezes and throws herself into my arms. Thank God you're here, Uther. That was blatantly her lover, who keeps knocking her up with hunchback babies, isn't it? Right, well, we're soulmates, so she shouldn't mind us sleeping around on her now. But getting out of debt is our more immediate priority. We should, if we flip her to domain, that's going to increase our income quite a bit, so let's do that. Our spymaster is gradually not hating us, so let's sway him. Now we're cooking. That's our heir. It is as heard, it will be smelled, indeed. Yeah, we can increase control now as well. I was holding off until we'd reinforced back up, but we can increase control now. This kid is definitely ours. Do we want to leave him as Tudor? I mean, he is a genius. I kind of feel like we should save Arthur for when we have a beautiful genius. What do you think, chap? Is this Arthur or is this Tudor? Or do we name him after his granddad and call him Ambrosius? He might be another Ambrosius. I think let's honour his ancestor. He's an Ambrosius. I think Arthur has to have 2 traits. Doesn't matter what those traits are, but he has to have 2 good traits. Particularly as we're very much in kingdom recovery mode. Now what we might actually want to do is take the opportunity to... He's going to die soon. His primary heir is that dude. If that person was to die, she'd be a decent wife. More regal like Dave or Alan. Yeah, Colin. Are you still alive? Yeah, whatever, dude. Are you murderable? No. Boo. Yeah, you could go for a David. We do own Essex, so he could be a Darren, this is true. Right, he still has no allies in his beatable, so weirdly this might work out well for us, because he's got direct control over all of those, so we'll get direct control over them and we can sort it out a bit. He doesn't have enough money for mercs either. We will warn Olaf because we want our vassals to like us. Oh, we were going to flip to control restoration, weren't we? Let's get you back working on control. Oh no, someone's plotting to kill my bishop. I literally don't care. As long as they're not plotting to kill me, I don't mind. Well, he's quite a good bishop. Pope, give me gold! Right, we're back in positive cash. This is good. And in October we go to war. No. Just toast to fine company. Have I gotten a sponsor for my morning tea? Funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention that. You know, not quite sure what gave you that idea. But yes, we have. Right. Should we invite knights? We kind of want to merge the cultures, so we are banking prestige in a way. Chris V, thank you very much for the follow. Very generous of you. A reminder for new followers, by the way, we stream CK3 on Sundays, and tomorrow is Stellaris. Wait, what? 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 Good work, half-sister. Oh yeah, this was that religious rebel husband, wasn't it? Morgana married an absolute waste of space, but who had good traits. And he turned out, because he was a pleb, he was not a noble. The game, which I don't think it should be able to do, put him, because he was Irish, he became leader of a revolt that took over Ireland. This dude. So our husband ended up as King of Ireland. But he'd already got, for some reason, our sister got that and we didn't. The bloke with the very questionable. We can divine conversion of her. What religion is she? She's insular. Well, you can be insular, that's fine. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because it goes through her father. No, her heir is the King of Wales. We could. She is going to screw. No, she shouldn't screw up the line because she's a ruler, and they should. They generally try and marry matrilineally. Good morning, Wisely Chosen. I think we'll watch that. Because we could go... No, because her reluctance is the marrying down thing. Is there still a Pendragon on the throne? This is a good question. We did at one point. I think they've lost it. But we did actually manage to cheese a Pendragon onto the French throne as well. Oh, hey, Brittany's back. Right, so. Right, well, with this war just got a lot easier as well. I mean, we could declare it now, and probably should, because he's got troop numbers down from being raided. Oi. Give me my titles back, you fucker. Now, I don't think we're going to call her in. Because if we could merge cultures, we will. I feel like we should have some armour on while we're doing this. Also, I kind of feel like we're of the age now where we'd be rocking a beard. There we go. The Norse always love Brittany because it's a kingdom. They love going for a kingdom rank title. So we could go fabricate a hook. We could fabricate a hook on our sister and persuade her to marry someone. To make sure that Pendragon stay on that throne. Given that we do now have a decent kid, we could arguably flip off of this. I think we go truth is relative and then we actually flip. And we go... Can we go Majesty? Heistein's formed Normandy in your run. Heistein, if you've not played, if you're looking for a really fun start, small province here ruled by King Heistein, or the Viking Jarl Heistein. Really fun start. You can do so much with him because he starts with a decently high level of prestige. Really fun one to do with him is to conquer Sicily. Or yes, you can essentially, if you get the alliance with Jorvik, which you can do by divorcing and marrying his daughter, if you do it right, You do actually have enough troops to take on France, take Normandy, and form the Normans. Yeah, Heistine to Sicily is fun. If you really want to have good fun, do Heistine to Sicily, and once you get Kingdom of Sicily, pledge fealty to the Byzantines, and they'll give you back the little bits of... They'll give you the other bits of Sicily. And then you can just bring down the Byzantine Empire from inside. And go full Norse ruler of Byzantium. Which we might do at some point. Maybe we should do that again. Because that was fun before we had the cultural stuff going on. It'll be even more fun now. You, sir, are definitely my marshal. Let's leave a... we've got to leave a lot of troops behind us. Let's just break that siege and kill them. Wait up, why aren't I leading these troops? I was leading these troops a minute ago. I mean, suppose you aren't better than me, but only just. Oh, Wyston! Stay in my prison. Prince Cato! So he is still a Pendragon. I mean, he won't be a Pendragon for long. But we do have a Pendragon still floating around in France. Heisting to Rome is amazing, just snacking the Pope's home way. Yeah, again, that's a fun one to do. And it might even be a fun one to do again. Can you stop giving me tips? I really don't need them. I suspect he'll go round and try and do the same thing again. So we will carry on doing the same thing again. There's battles of fame, and fame is useful. Frymaster 127, thank you very much for the follow. So yeah, Stellaris tomorrow, as usual. We started a new run, which is going quite fun in that. Actually did Lego yesterday. So occasionally you get the odd Lego build. Really? We're going to do this again? I mean, it's cool. I'm fine with it. I feel a ransom coming on. Because that's just free gold. We're now having a problem. I mean, a spare would be decent. How it dropped to 72% all of a sudden? Right, this time we will split the force. I was trying to play a tall vassal game, but then my liege died in the realm. I split the rainbows. Yeah, I had taken meritocracy. Yeah, it does it sometimes. Can you not, while I'm busy trying to occupy things, please? Good luck with that, pal. We have a daughter. We have a genius daughter. She feels like a Guinevere, doesn't she? What's the Welsh way of spelling that? Because I always forget it. It's really weird. It's like Guinevere, isn't it? Isn't it actually one of the random Cornish names that can pop up? I'm sure I've seen it. Isolde is a good name. She can be... No, I think Isolde will have to... Isolde will say for somebody who might be queen. That's the one. That is the one. Thank you very much. Names can't start with a space. I completely agree. Yeah, I agree. Isolde should be a beauty. Right, that siege should do it. But we'll sit on that one just in case. Oh, I'd never really thought about a connection between Jennifer and Guinevere.
That makes absolute sense. That is so obvious when you point it out.
Anyone we can ransom. Ransom you. Ransom you. Ransom you. Peace out. Enforce. Pope, gold me. Oh man, did we not get any of those counties? I thought he was direct ruling them. Oh, it's because he is the... Yeah, you need murdering, son. You need to die horrifically and fast. When can we start murdering you again? Three years we can start murdering him. Because I want those titles. I mean, to be fair, it's the Cornish, so they're just making up words as they go along half the time. Right, we should get some more buildings going down. London is our gold sink, so let's get that going. How are we looking on men-at-arms? What we really should have done while we were Norse is got ourselves some Varangians, and I kind of regret not doing that. I don't think he will let me arrange his marriage. I mean, what I could do is betroth him to Guinevere and then murder him. Because we can always break the betrothal. And that means he can't rebel against me because it'll give us an alliance. We will weaponize Guinevere. Because that basically gives us 15 years. Yeah, it's a betrothal. That's exactly what it is. Right, we have some new interesting people. Our 71-year-old countess would be quite good, so let's put you in charge. Because that got all of our territory back. Which I actually wasn't expecting. I was only expecting to get some of that back. Right, we do need to keep a gold reserve because we are fragile to factions now. Now, how close are we on hybrid culturing? Where can we see? Oh, acceptance 39%. We are really close. We are really close. Okay, we are massively pushing on prestige for the rest of his life. But that does mean that before we do it, we just need to grab Green to rule. And then we're pushing down that path. We'll see how far we can get down it. Oh no, how sad little Goodwell died. Oh dear. Died of pneumonia in prison. Oh dear, how sad. Anyway, let's have a feast. We're going to let the whale go 3 because we want the prestige now. We're pushing on prestige for our cultural merge. Yeah, wave your prison baby emotes if you've got them. You think it's a creature from myth, perhaps a god disguised in animal form. It was the largest hart I've ever seen. Even after the beast was wounded, the chase lasted half a day. It is still an imposing sight lying dead before me. This one will fetch a fine price. Why does the Pope care? Ambrosius is currently on no focus. What are we going to focus him on? I think we might want to dip focus him, you know. Because if he's going to have to push on prestige, if we want to form Cornwall with him, and I kind of feel like we need to form Cornwall with him. Let's go dip. Like, we can compensate for stewardship with a marriage if we need to. I think we need to get the cultural stuff hooked in first. My big fear is losing Roman, because we had to really work hard to get Roman in there at all. The religious stuff, we're going to have to convert to a Sartre at some point anyway. Is this a new run or continuing last streams? Continuing last streams. We've just managed to stabilise it with Uther after Morgana's Morgananus. Right, this is our cash area, so we actually want to be focusing on farm fields. Could really do with getting the Tower of London as well. And we should probably save and go for Tower of London. Ah, the Pendragon's Chateauroux. How is he still alive? He's got the plague. Rip, our 70-year-old very good Chancellor. You really dislike us. How many troops you got? Enough. Yeah, fine. We're not seducing anyone, so let's sway him. Oh no, isn't that the, Yeah, fuck you. You can have it. And we'll sway you. Yeah, it's the guy we're going to murder, so... And he's allied to us anyway, because we've married to our daughter. The latest work of my vassal, Countess Maud, has become all the rage at court of late. The piece deals with memory and what we leave behind, and Maud has publicly dedicated it to me, that petty king of Cornwall. What man does not hope to rest when tired, no matter his wealth and treasure acquired? 'Tis rare enough for men to admit that their deeds leave those left after split. Yeah, okay, thanks, Maud. Cheers for that. Lace and furniture with a sideline in brewing for proper Buckinghamshire. Absolutely. That's how we're rolling. I'm reasonably impressed with what they've done with poetry in this game, I have to say. Like, if you've not read the dev diary on how they did the procedural poetry generation, it's worth reading. Ambrosius needs to be educated. So, a reminder, because this is a handy thing to have. Yes, just a minute, sister. how does education work in CK3? Education in CK3 is different from education in CK2. In CK2, when you wanted to educate someone, what you would do is find someone with the highest education trait that you can find and get in the area that you want to get educated in, and you would get that person to educate your kid. Crusader Kings 3 works differently. That trait plays no part in the education quality that your child will get. The education quality of your child is determined by two factors. Is the person as smart as they can possibly be with a trait? So what you're really looking for is genius or intelligent, or if you really can't find that, quick. It also relies on learning skill when that isn't present. So you want high learning if you don't have anyone that's got any of those traits. And it also depends on their own level. It is completely agnostic about what type of education trait the person educating has. So when you're looking for someone to educate your kids, ignore the education trait that they have. Look at these traits and say, are any of these traits things I want them to potentially inherit, because they might inherit these? And then make sure you set the focus appropriately, because it's that will determine what will happen. And if you can get a court tutor, because that does influence the quality of the education. And similarly, the final thing that can give a slight boost to it is if you have a smart spouse. A smart spouse can influence the quality of the education your kid gets. So that is everything in the game that will influence the education of a child. Hopefully that helps people. Because I know it's a thing that kind of comes up a lot. But yeah, ignore that trait. If you played CK2, you're so used to the idea of, oh, I need to find someone who's got Midas touch to educate a person I want to be a really good steward. No, ignore it. Ignore it. Just look for that. You just need intelligent people. Scholar is good to look for, absolutely right, because if they've got Scholar, they will have taken Pedagogy. How would I force the AI to convert culture? It's really, really hard. I don't know if they've improved that in this patch, because they certainly haven't in the last one. I'm hoping that the AI rulers will now do cultural conversions. Weirdly, the best thing you can do to convert AI rulers culturally is you convert the province yourself, and then you hope they get a revolt. But that's about it. We found we had enormous problems with that in our Norse Byzantine Empire run, because the only person doing cultural conversions was us, and it's horrific. But I think that's why I quite like the idea now that you've got hybrid cultures, which we are on the path to forming. I like that it does that now. I think hybrid cultures is the way to go, because cultural conversion would be slow in real life. Fuck, 5-year-old. Your vassal, Earl Thorod. I demand satisfaction for this slight. Go away, small child. You think it got worse? On the one hand, I can see why, because they kind of want people to do hybrid cultures. But on the other hand, I do think there needs to be a better mechanic for it. We are not winning that war. Give it up, girl. Jesus. The thing was, because it was a baby that did it, it's an unknown slight. Right, we'll do that, because we need the stress loss anyway. Yeah, if we could siege man, because I think they've only got man, haven't they? That is not a bad shout. If we hadn't just spent all our gold on a feast, I'd do it. I found rulers do tend to convert culture if the locals and liege are the same. Yeah, but the problem is the other way round. It's when you're trying to get... So if I put a Roman person in charge of this province, or actually if I put a Cornish person in charge of this province, unless they've changed the game, that Cornish person is not going to try and convert that to Cornish. Like if it was Roman. Which is a flaw, because local rulers will do religious conversion, but certainly up until the last patch they would not do cultural conversions. Right, we're going to educate Ambrosius. I know we haven't got pedagogy, but he's got good traits anyway. And I'd like him to get ambitious. And the wrathful decision path means we'll have a chance to give him patient. And forgiving means we can give him... Is it sadistic? How can it be wrathful and forgiving? That's just wrong. Welcome, friends! Welcome to our feast. The great table seating the upper nobility on the dais gave a loud crack, and a moment later it gave in under the weight of food and gilded decoration. She is our friend and soulmate. We are so fucked when our wife dies. We are going to get so much stress. And look at her stewardship. Right. Let's start looking at what we need to do to form hybrid cultures. And I may take a copy of the Iron Man save before we do this, because so this is the decision we don't want to lose. So any of your realm baronies, Cornish culture has the Brythonic cultural pillar. So we need to not lose Brythonic, that's what it is. So can we do that without losing Brythonic as a cultural pillar? Or are we going to have to form... No, it's not what I clicked. So we have to keep Brythonic. And the question is whether we lose... before the DLC, Greek would spread all over Europe. Greek faith would. Orthodoxy would. Or do we want bellicose? I think we probably want bellicose. Right, one of these gives us cataphracts, and I can't remember which one it is. I think it's bellicose and formation fighting experts. Eastern Road, that's the one, cataphract, so we definitely want that. So we're essentially trying to build Roman Britons here. Because we definitely want knights, because, you know, Arthurian. So that's Eastern Roman legacy is a must. Is there anything here that's going to boost, make it easy to boost our piety or prestige? Because these are the things that we're going to need. Maybe we leave some empty slots. We could leave some empty slots. I think we lose hereditary hierarchy. So we can add things later. Refined poetry gives bonuses to poet traits. We're not going to be poets. Scheme secrecy minus 15%. Fuck off. Right, this is going to be Romano-British. Should we call it Romano-Brithic or Romano-Brythonic if we're going in-game? We should kind of go with that, shouldn't we? I feel like we should go Romano-Brythonic. The one thing we should look at before we do this. So these are the two decisions we don't want to lose. Yeah, so as long as they've got a Brythonic heritage, we're fine.
Good morning. Missed the start of the stream. Anything happen?
Yes, we lost half our kingdom and got it back again. And now we're about to merge cultures. I mean, yeah, we do want to go kind of chivalric ideal. You get more slots as you move through the ages, so it's not always super urgent to leave slots unless you have specific things you want to do with them. That's good to know, actually. I did not know that. Thank you for that. Right, I'm just going to take a quick copy of this save, because I do not want us to screw this up. You know, I'm generally against birding, as we saw from the losing half a kingdom and getting it back again. But this is the first time we're merging a culture, and I just want to make sure it works. So I haven't had a chance to test this off stream. And it'd be a shame to have to start again just because we didn't quite understand how the cultural thing would work. Right, that is backed up. Okay. Yeah, because we can always reform the culture later to add more bits, can't we? Which is where you go to here and you go reform Cornish. And you can kind of swap stuff around. There are vassals that won't convert. We're just going to have to deal with that. But that's fine. I think it's important to get this conversion done now while we can. Because we do have pockets of Romanness around. And our worst case scenario is we lose the Romanness that we managed to build in. Right. It's going to be Romano-Brythonic. We're going to have Brythonic heritage. But we're going to have Latin language, I think. It's a shame we can only do men-only martial culture, but that's fine. He won't convert. But he will, so that's fine. I've got to stop clicking that close button. So we want formation fighting experts. I think you're right, we want legalistic. I think we want Eastern Roman legacy. We want ancient miners. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could take one more. Should we take storytellers? We can always get rid of it later. And the supply capacity is nice, but we don't really need it. That's scheme secrecy though. Ah, but that's actually quite useful to us in the long term because it means that people are more likely to get discovered. Hereditary hierarchy is tyranny loss minus 75%, long range bonuses, castle holding construction costs, and feudal vats. It's all right, but I think storytellers, as chat has suggested, keeps us feeling very Celtic-y, and it means we don't lose all our Celtic-iness. We'd be Romano-Brython, wouldn't we? What's our collective now? Noun prefix should be Romans and Rome. Yeah, you're probably right, but they would refer to themselves as Romans. Good call. Good call, Jopest. I think we go with that. Romano, Brython, Romans and Roman. And we are formation fighting experts, legalistic, Eastern Roman legacy, storytellers, and ancient miners. I just want to see what ancient miners does, as much as anything else. In terms of gear, we could go Eastern European just to look a bit cool. We're going to use names from both cultures. I think we should go Byzantine and Continental European for our fashions. Use coats of arms of both elements. European architecture? Continental European, yeah, you're probably right. I feel like we should go Eastern European in military equipment though, because it's just nicer to look a bit different. And there is a touch more kind of Romanness to it. I mean, colours, we should absolutely be a purple. Or should we be white? I think purple, innit? This is where we're going to have a massive argument chat, isn't it, about which of these is purple and which of them isn't. Purple. Yeah, it's all a bit Mallory though, and we're not really kind of doing a Mallory style run. We're going with I think we keep the classic castles, but I think we go Byzantine culturally. That's purple. That is totally purple. Like, we're not going like weird ass fucking weird purples. We're going like that. We're going like that. So we've still got the Brythonic heritage, which is what we need. Our language is Latin, men only, we're bellicose. Formation fighting experts, legalistic, Eastern Roman, ancient miners and storytellers, form hybrid culture. And we're going to get these 3 innovations as well, which is nice. Sticky Punch 1! The best of the sticky punches. Thank you for the follow. Don't think there's anything else we need to change there, is there? Form hybrid culture. The Romano-Brython hybridization, spurred on by positive relations and increased cultural exchange, the Cornish and Roman peoples have grown increasingly close over the years. Now individuals from these societies have begun to view themselves not as one or the other, but as both simultaneously, a new Romano-Brython culture. Roman traditions and values form the backbone of this new culture, while various Cornish attributes have been adapted and integrated to meet the needs of their new society. With the Romano-Brython people now looking to me for guidance, it is time to set the stage for our shared future. To a new age, a new era, and a new people. Right, key question. Yes! We still have. Restore the Kingdom of Cornwall. Reclaim Britannia. I love the fact that technically we can negotiate the Danelaw as well. And a new hat. A very silly hat. Let's lose the silly hat, shall we? We don't get a big crown yet because we haven't got a big kingdom yet. Let's have a North Circlet. definitely not running around in that silly hat. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere near enough fame with Uther. With Ambrosius we could, depending on how his traits mash out. We kind of want Ambrosius on the throne as quickly as possible. Because we could really do with forming the Kingdom of Cornwall. We'll get that as well. It's definitely harder to stress death yourself this time round, though. Much harder to stress death yourself. Also, is our wife pregnant again? She is. Can you stop being pregnant, please? It was useful earlier, it's less useful now. Good thing is, that means we got 13 out of 23, so we're only a couple off from being able to go on the next one. Might even be able to start them now. Getting on that. Oh, give over. Twins? Good morning, Pale Rider 1942. Yeah, this does feel a bit Castor and Pollocksy, doesn't it? I mean, problem is they're good. We might just, I know it means burning some renown, but we might just disinherit. Because yeah, they've got nice traits, and then the right culture. How are the cats? So Little Stray Kitty is good. He has now been fully vaccinated. Which means we can start the process of letting him out. What we want to do is get him used to being downstairs first. His new favourite thing is very much coming in and snuggling into my arm after viciously waking me up. And then going to sleep. I've received a missive from Petty King Berthier. It claims that Coer's Ellie. I will confront him. I think he probably is plotting to kill me. So we gain active benevolence. Does that actually do us any good? Cheaper realm laws and direct vassal opinion. Which is actually quite good for us, because we do want to pop back up to level 2 as soon as we can. 69. A new bishop who is not endorsing us. You were the chap who was plotting against us, you arsehole. Can we just gift the bishop? Would that be enough? Right. Promote culture. Because is that the only bit of Romano-British we've got at the moment? It is. Let's get some cultural promotion going on. London first, please. As a lot of Vikings. Technically we're at war with them as well. Gonna go full Gaul run with silly asterisk star names. Definitely worth it. Oh, and I'm glad you enjoyed the chocolate button fiction. It's good fun writing it. Right, I think we stay on disrupt schemes. Our spy master likes us. It's only him that doesn't. Lord Mist, 99. Better than at least 98 other Lord Mists. Thank you very much for the follow. Guinevere needs a guardian. We could give her to our wife, because she's also... Yeah, educate her, please. Count of Gloucestershire is very good, but not as good as the people we've got. I mean, he can't plot against us now because he's already plotted against us. I think we sway Bishop Scaly here. At least until he likes us. Shocker. Lost to the Vikings. Yeah, control. Have we finished control? Because we should get some control going on. Is there any point doing this? We could do that and then have child language, but it's a bit of a cash hit at the moment. Control growth might actually be quite good for us. How is our control looking overall? And to be fair, our control's not... it's low in these places because we just took them back, but I mean... Oh, can we murder you yet? How have we only got a 5% chance of killing you now? We could just hook his title off of him. Heisteen starts feudal, yes. Let's fabricate a hook on him. Right, we want... We're not that dreaded. I mean, we're going to have to get both of them anyway. Let's go sway scheme power first. Now I reckon we probably want to... We want to be setting Ambrosius up with some good troops. If we flip you to support schemes, that should help with that. Yeah, it's a bit better. To be honest, we should probably try and keep a cash reserve at least 100, 150 gold now. Oh, fuck off. Fucking XCOM rules in this game. Right, just remember to get me to unbetroth my daughter to him. From him when she in 10 years. Right, in 971 chat, you need to remind me to unbetroth my daughter to that arsehole. There's a lot of cool achievements you can combine if you start on a Heisteen run. So you can do everything from you see there's a specific one for faster than the fox. Then you've also got ones for being like a Norse and being part of the first Christian crusade that you can do from it. And there's a bunch of interesting stuff you can do with it. Right, I think we want to get up to tier 2 before we do anything else. Honey, really? No. Can you just not, please? Let's not die. Please. Not a good time to die. Just in case. Yeah, see, we're going to need a lot more prestige to disinherit. That's the problem. At least she gave us a daughter. We have a lot of clever kids. Uther, there you go. Can we not be ill, please? Apparently I'm a legendary blade master. Right, do we want Ambrosius to be arrogant? Prestige +1 a month. I think we probably do let him carry on being arrogant. Maybe we don't. There's definitely more twins than there used to be. Yeah, I think we go arrogant. We let him keep arrogant for the prestige. Plus he's Uther's kid. Of course he's going to be arrogant. Are you losing to hordes of Vikings again? Because that dude's got better allies than you. Right, we're going to get up to limited crown authority, and then our big push is on getting enough to disinherit. So disinheriting is the key thing we're after this. I dislike burning the renown on it, but they're good kids, so we don't want to imprison them. It's a waste to imprison them. Oh no! The hide of white, the white cat of Devon has low... We have to reforge the skin of our beloved pet. Of our granddad's beloved pet. By the way, if you start as Cornwall, which we didn't, obviously, you actually start with Excalibur. So Excalibur is around in the world somewhere at this point. Right, we're not ill anymore. This is good news. We're doing well for money now. Can we go up to 2 yet? We can. I'm not going to call a hunt until we've got 250. How are we looking on factions? Right, no one is factioning against us. Let's risk it. Guinevere needs a guardian. Yeah, my wife as well. Diplo perk. Let's go that one. Let's call a hunt. Pope, send it to Pope. Right, how are we looking on cultural conversions? 4 months on cultural conversions, 6 years on improving that. There's nothing we can do about those raiders. Oh, no, they'll beat us. They'll beat us. They'll just be better. They'll have Viking troops, so they'll beat us. Which is annoying, but we just have to take the raiding. Although I could smack them round for the gold. Shall we rally and see what it says? Commander Faceless! Hello. Welcome back. Right, does it reckon we'd beat them? It does. Okay, we're going to do this. Don't be lying to me, game. Does it reckon we'd beat them if I was in charge? It does. Don't be lying to us, game. Eat it, Finland. Well, that punched our prestige up nicely. And stay out. God, good God, woman. How do we have the time? Right, we could just go for that and just kill that off, but let's start our disinheriting first. Right, caster. Hang on, do we do the younger son first, or are they equal? That's going to cost us the same either way, so... Right, that's the first disinheritance. Wait, you started this war? Good God, woman. Right, we can afford to build something, or should we wait for the Tower of London? It's not going to boost our prestige any. Give me pastoral lands. Because this duchy is our money maker. Soulmate is probably giving us some massive boost to her getting pregnant. That's probably the problem. Yeah, we will get regimental grounds in one of these. Down here. We should in fact have them already in one. Or we can upgrade, I think. Host feast, yes. Distressed. And then let's build the cash reserves back up. Whiston! Shagging Gunhilda. Don't spend prestige, you arseholes. Pope, give me gold. Gunhilda. Get out of there. Well, that was fucking worthless. Peasants. Peasants I'll help you with. Right, she did give us another daughter. A genius daughter. We are popping out the clever sprogs. Spedusa. You can be an Aurelia. We can't kill the Throne Thief because it turns out he's now got really good fucking anti... Let's go help her with our uprising, because our uprising we can help with. And it will give us a little bit of prestige. I mean, how quickly are you going to lose that war? Not quick enough. Have some gold. This one will help her with, but I'm not getting involved with that giant freaking Viking army. Yeah, we are going to want some good... Mercia. Fuck me, Mercia. probably want to marry someone. Would you like a daughter? I'd rather have the alliance with him directly. Ambrosius should probably be brave. Because doesn't brave help with prestige as well? But it's going to help him in battle. Yeah, sterile gives you penalties, but it's not the end of the world. Get in there, give a hand. There we go. Nice. We don't have to help with the other wars, so we might as well just disband. Because it'll be cheaper than getting them home. So Hell Riders that are light cav and are anti-heavy infantry. Yeah, aren't they the ones that are kind of spawned down here? They're quite fun. I think you've got to be... Is it Andalusian? Andalusian culture to get them? Something like that. But yeah, really fun. How's Ambrosius looking? He's 12. I mean, we can have him leading troops before he takes over, but we really do need to try and get him on the throne as quickly as possible. If we're going to push on prestige with him. The good news is our gold income is starting to look healthier. Fun one is we can now have cataphracts, which is what we needed and wanted. Like, we're not going to create them yet because they are pricey as fuck. We want to be earning at least 20 gold a month for that, which we can do. Promote culture. Buckingham, please, because that's our other direct rule. Nothing else here worth doing. You should be on disrupt. Of course you'll be there. We probably... Is that going to give him diligent? Diligent is nice. Absolutely keep diligent. Not convinced our half-sister is making positive life choices over there. So we do want to go for South Sax, but the issue we've got is it's going to cost us, and we really do need to disinherit before we do anything else. My sister and brother are fighting. Just sort out their quarrels in peace. Don't bother me. Castor and Pollux lack educators. Castor will educate you. We should think about what we want them to be, because we're going to put them on... So you're going to be diplomacy. And you're curious. I mean, once they're disinherited, we might be able to priest one up, which would save on the renown. Like if we went down learning with him, that might work. If we push him down a learning path. So who did we disinherit already? We disinherited Castor, didn't we? Oh, we can create Huis. That's perfect. But we kind of want to keep them around because it's just useful to start spreading Pendragonness around. Like, it'd just be useful to start spreading Pendragonness. Yeah, and we're not doing badly on renown earnings, so maybe we should. I guess that's Vans, yeah, Vans. I think we keep him around and disinherit. I think we only need to educate one of them, the other one we can farm off. She's doing our daughters. I mean, to be fair, Ambrosius can educate people in 3 years. Oh, hang on, have we got any vassals that we want to like us more? I think we're alright on vassals at the moment. We've got this arsehole. Guinevere's not looking healthy. She should survive. What are your traits? You can educate. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is what we're looking to do is create essentially reserve lines of people that we can marry back in to keep the traits good. And obviously if we can give them titles, or help them get titles, then we're going to contribute to our renown generation, which is good as well. Histofact Redemption. SMR Fish, you probably heard this one yesterday, because we were talking about it yesterday. Germany did indeed have an aircraft carrier in World War II. It was the Graf Zeppelin. It was completed in 1939, but it was not finished fitting out. So it spent most of the war in the Baltic with no guns, because they pulled off all of its light guns and everything else, to be used in anti-aircraft batteries as anti-aircraft batteries on land. The Russians took over what remained of it, which I think was in one of the big rivers, like at the end of the war, and they eventually sunk it in about 1947 as target practice. But yeah, it never entered service, and part of that was essentially relying on the Luftwaffe to develop planes to fly off of it. It would have had about 45 fighters and some torpedo bombers. So yeah, Germans had an aircraft carrier. Yeah, I kind of feel like we want to disinherit. It sort of comes down to who we want to educate them, though. I think Castor we keep around. Let's focus him on stewardship. I know it's not what he's best at, but we might be able to turn him into a decent steward. And we will educate him. Who are you warding? Right, we'll hold off on Pollux for 2 years, because then she can take over. Because at that point, Gwenbrith... Oh, Gwenbrith, you got no skills anyway. Gwenbrith, go get fucking educated by someone else. You are not a useful daughter. You. Scaly Priest. Educate Gwenbrith. Which then means she can educate Pollux. And Pollux we will focus. He's still on dip, that's fine. No, intrigue. See if we can turn him into a really good spy master. Gwenbrith is absolutely alliance fodder. Now we've got our Mercian alliance. Shayland is looking worrying. Yay, the Pendragons are on the throne of France. "27, she might pop out some kids. If she does, we'll marry them in." Yeah, we'll disinherit soon, because we'll have enough to do it very shortly, because we created the title. There you go. So let's disinherit him now. It's Castor we need to disinherit. Which now means Ambrosius should be getting everything. Yep, Ambrosius is getting everything. There is a risk that she pops out some more sprogs, but we might just have to jail baby them. Yeah, she's preggo. Right, we need to check that back shortly. Because we absolutely want to marry 5 months. At least it tells you now on the tooltip how long they've been pregnant for. Seven months. Let's just quickly check. 23 months on cultural, 2 years on increased. There's nothing else on there we want to do at the moment. I think we don't take South Sayax. Let's go, it's too late for caution, because theoretically we're set up for inheritance. Oh, fuck off. The game's going to like make us immortal now, isn't it? Because we want to die. The game is going to make us immortal. Stupid game. Right, I don't think we conquer all of these little places around, apart from maybe Hereford. Who are your allies? Because they're handy things for Ambrosius to attack. I don't think we have the suicide option. And the problem with suicide is it's very high risk. That really tanks your renown. I think we don't attack these things because we need Ambrosius to have things he can attack. Better start looking at grandchildren, yeah. Right, what did you have? Princess Benoit of France, who is apparently a Carling. Do we go Ambrosius? I have too many alliances, apparently. Let's get rid of that now, anyway. How do you feel about my alliances now, Queen of France? Ah, she's not going to go for it. Let's see if she pops out a boy. If she pops out another kid, we might get away with it. France, please. What? Hang on, that gives us Diplo range on the Byzantines. Anyone fancy taking over the Byzantine Empire? That, yeah, minus 1,085 gold. He is disgraced. What did he do? Who's he losing to? Yeah, Duke Focus is going for it. He looks slightly more capable. Hang on, you're a duke. Dude, do you want to marry one of my kids? I've got daughters. I've got sons, you got daughters. Let's do a deal. I have too many existing alliances. I don't have that many alliances, do I? I have 2. Give over. I don't want to break that one though, because that's the future King of Mercia. Will you ever stop ogling the Byzantines? Yeah, but culturally they're our brothers now. Kind of. Yeah, I assume Arsehole is plotting against us. That's absolutely fine. I want him to rebel, because I want his titles. So we need to bank gold so that we've got enough to screw him over. Gwenbrith is a flamboyant trickster. Come on, just get a little bit more strength. Oh, you know why? It's because I've still got the fucking trait filters on. Should we marry her off for an alliance? Like, King of Wales might not be a bad idea, but we could conquer Wales. Conceivably. East Francia would be nice, but I'm guessing they won't. We can get a genius off of them. Maybe we just marry her to the genius. I don't think France will take her. Oh, we have a new Queen of France anyway. Our, got yoinked. The Pendragon got yoinked. This is why we desperately need to get kingdom rank, because we're just not getting good. I think let's marry her for traits. She hasn't got any traits though. She is alliance fodder. No, we're going to keep her hanging around. She's spare daughter at the moment. She's spare daughter. Our Queen of France is now the Countess Almadis, so she got usurped. Yeah, good if we have someone we need to drag out of the faction. Get in, son. Go on, you know you want to. Good lad. Good lad. We are drinking Morning Kick, by the way. If you do buy Bird and Blend by the link below, it does help me out. They send me free tea. And everyone loves free tea. And come on, you've got to admit, it's better than having energy drinks pushed at you. Plus, it's just really nice tea. 2 months. Right. Let's get some troops raised. Here's capital is there. Who else is rising with him? Right, we want to jump on them, so we're going to raise in Buckingham. As a Sussexman born and bred, the Kingdom of Cornwall is making me nervous. Hey, look, you know, we're doing well. Yeah, they do excellent teas. Right, not you. She's one of the ones that's about to rebel against us. Oh man, they're too weak to send ultimatum. No. Stand down, everyone. Especially he's gonna have a kid now. Fucking Dorset, man. Just rebel against me like a normal human being. If I give him low feudal levies. No, because it already calculates that on the strength. No, we can't kill him. We'll try and kill his kid. We'll try and murder his child. Right, we might as well call a hunt then. Although, is the prestige really doing us any benefit now? It's not really. Ambrosius has almost come of age. Yeah, but we know exactly how well that went last time. Because essentially if you do that, all of your disgruntled vassals might rebel. And last time that led to us getting utterly spanked and murdered. From which we have only just finished recovering. So I think we will avoid that option. We do need a new Chancellor. Not really any benefit to... We might as well just make it him. He likes us now. That's ludicrous. Let's just keep trying to murder his children. Castor is the one we want to make a priest, isn't it? Or a steward, so he can keep just. Means he's less likely to get involved in plots as well. Well, it looks like Ireland has calmed down a bit, which is good. Don't think we need to be swaying him anymore. Ambrosius has come of age. He is a charismatic negotiator, so that means how are we off for knights? Are we at full knights? Because if not, we should invite some. So he's a 17, 9, 17, 11, 12. That's not bad. Speaks Brythonic and Latin. We should probably already make him our... Chancellor. Get him in his little baby face and his silly hat. Right, I want 500 gold in the bank. Because we're going to have to push hard with Ambrosius for prestige and for everything else. Because we really want to try and form Cornwall with him. So the more money he has available, the better. Oh, Moore's at it again. Pope, do you want to give us some gold? Yes, thank you. The Byzantines do have the silliest hats. This is absolutely true. They have those like really weird silly cowboy hats. He's losing a lot of wars now. Can we find one of the guys who got a silly cowboy hat? Not on a quick click. Promote culture is done. Thank you very much for the reminder. Promote culture. We really need to do something about the Manx. We might actually get involved in this war. Promote culture in Essex. It's about time there was some culture in Essex. I think we can all agree on that. Right, why is it that you keep being able to do all this shit? You're 63 years old. It's because you've got big fucking alliances. It's all going to fall apart when he dies. Did I not agree to go to war? Oh, that was silly of me. It's only because you've got these big arse alliances that he's doing it. We will get a few more buildings down, actually. Can we upgrade the castle yet? We haven't got battlements. We need battlements, and I think that's the next age up. How are we looking on this? "9 years for early medieval, and then we'll probably push on battlements. East Anglia, I believe, is Norse. Yep. And ruled by a crazy person. You know what we could do? So we've got armoured footmen, light footmen, bowmen, and pikemen. It's got to be done, hasn't it? We'll only have 50 of them for now, but it's got to be done. And then let's boost barracks. The Hiberno-Norse. They've gone native up there. We missed that. We could have beat the fuckers as well. I missed the raiding notification. That's annoying. Question. Wasn't your daughter about to get married anytime soon? Yes, but I broke it off. So we're good. We really want this guy to kick off a revolt against us, but he's too weak. Because if he kicked off, we could take all of this territory back off of him. Come on. You want to come in? On the plus side, our wife is just about aging out of having any more kids. On the downside, we show no signs of dying anytime soon. Give me hunting grounds, I suspect. Steward and Marshal finish their tasks. Thank you very much. That's more promote culture. Get it going in Cornwall. No, promote culture. Promote culture. Thank you. Control. We're looking reasonably good on control. Relatively peaceful kingdom, it has to be said. Yeah, I think we will just not do any more stress release events, and we will try and just get some serious stress going on. Because we could really do with being a kingdom. Oh, hello. Yes! Come on, lad. You can do it. I believe in you. Queen Proxon. My sister's been shagging around. Come on, lad, you got this. Although I'd quite like to get you out of it. Right, who can we pull out of this that's still going to leave him over the thing? So the threshold's 75. It's more than him that are doing the bulk work. So if we could pull everyone else out of it. Have you ever thought about marrying one of my kids? Well, do we need to? Because we can call Mercia in on this war, can't we? Apparently resetting perks and picking groom draw the second time works. Not unless they've accidentally brought the bug back in. They fixed it in the last patch. The patch before last. So it would say that it was firing twice, but it wasn't firing twice. So it did used to work twice. Then the last patch they fixed it so that it would say it was firing twice, but it wouldn't actually fire twice. And I'd be very surprised if they've unpicked that again. I mean, it's possible. It is possible. Right, we need a new steward. Which is probably actually going to be Ambrosius. So you go over do steward things. And we will get a new... Can't appoint her because we need her to want to rebel. We can appoint you. we want to drop out of that faction anyway. That probably isn't enough to drop him out of the faction, but let's have a look. Let's mock whoever that is. Right, let's get these two lads out of the faction, because we don't really care about getting hold of Ken. We don't really care about getting hold of Surrey. Oh, actually no, we do, because we can give them to our kids. Yeah, so we stumbled on that really early in the gameplay stuff, the whole thing with the things. But honestly, I've tested it on the stream, so it previously did work. I'll check it off stream later on. In fact, I could actually check it with this. It'd be a good way of stressing out. Yeah, we could do it with him because it would stress him out. Resetting perks is a stress event. I'm quite happy to test it on stream if people want to see. We can just test it. Because we don't need those perks. The martial ones we can just reallocate. Yeah, I'll do it after the rebellion and we can test it. But yeah, it fires the alert down here, but their stats don't change. Whereas they did used to change. Right, we are going to let all of these guys kick off because we want to get their titles. We could actually set one of our kids up as the Duke of Kent. Although that is now a bit too much strength. Which is the seat of Kent? I'm guessing it's Kent itself. Right, who's now contributing more to that? Let's get you out of that. Because we technically don't have that alliance yet. Because he's still not died. And there's a torturer, so that's nice. He's got a lot of troops. You've got a son. You can marry your son to... And you'll even accept a matrilineal, so that'll be a Pendragon. And now we can beat that. Like, worst case, we can... Worst case, we can rapidly get ourselves some alliances. Castor is our one who we're educating, and we want him to be calm. Plus it stresses us anyway, so... Right, increased control is done, which means we'll leave you on organised levies because it gives us a little bit more troops. Come on. Come on, you know you want to. Come on. Come on. Can't keep my armies up forever. Come on. Send that ultimatum. about to get wrecked. They move over there. Look, we can't hang around forever. I know technically I've got these troops next to your border. How about I move them back to London, please? That make you feel any better? Feeling a bit braver? Bit of gold, it's no bad thing. We should be in charge of that army because there's a chance we'll die. That's the thing, like, fucking make your fucking mind up. Revolt or don't revolt. How about if I disband my troops? You want to go now? Send. Come on. If you destroyed the duchy title of the claimant faction, it would have disbanded. Yeah, but we want them to we want him to rebel, and he's not going to because he's an arsehole. Because I want his titles. He controls all of this. Like, he controls all of those titles. And I really want him to... We want them. Greedy does not help him with stewardship, does it? We'll stress ourselves out and make him... Holy crap, we won that war. We would quite like to die. We really shouldn't be fine. We are massively overwhelmed by stress. Guinevere is Midas touched. He probably does have kids. He has a lot of kids who need to meet with mysterious accidents. Let's duel him. We could duel him and see if we die. We're not going to be able to murder any of his kids. No, we haven't got kidnapped, so... Because we're not really an intriguey person. Let's duel him. For a few brief moments, Count Thurad and I pace in lazy half-circles, each watching for an opening. I raise my hammer ready to defend myself while he clutches his Anglo-Saxon spear firmly to hand. This fight may only be till the first blood. No, we can do it to death, I don't mind. It doesn't ease my nerves. With a sudden twitch, our bout begins. So we could do that and gain a bunch of stuff with it. And then, or we could gain some stress. Better men have died trying to make them. We won! Yay! We are the fastest blade with a hammer, exactly. Right, we're definitely just stashing cash now. We really shouldn't be feeling fine. There's nothing else we can do that's dangerous to our health. Really nice to found a holy order, but we don't hold a kingdom title. Like, that's the thing we want to do. Would you do an open multiplayer CK3 run with your Twitch chat sometime? So my issue with doing multiplayer CK3 is you have to have a bunch of very clear house rules on what is and isn't allowed, because otherwise people just start doing intrigue plots against everyone else. So it's possible, but generally the multiplayers... So we do a lot of exclamation mark Discord for my Discord. We do a lot of EU4, a lot of Hoi4, and a lot of Stellaris multiplayers on the Discord. There's always people around and looking for them, and they tend to be reasonably cooperative. Stop losing stress. I'm not going to cash in that dynasty legacy yet. I think she's too old to be pregnant, but I'm not certain. I don't want to risk it. So yeah, I'm multiplayer CK3 is fun, but you have to have, like, essentially end up with house rules like no one is allowed to murder other family members of the other families or the other players unless they are specifically asked to. So I think as long as you're playing with people who obey the rules and like to RP, it's good fun. And we did get one going where I was, people were doing stuff around here and I did Heisteen my way into Sicily and become King of Sicily, which was quite fun. So yeah, it's not outside the realms. It's the kind of thing of put a thing up, and because I know, I think it's Kilmatronics and Zonahedron who... Zonahedron, was it you that did a multiplayer recently? Oh, everyone in the same Republic was very fun in CK2. That was very fun. That's absolutely always good value. Yeah, I do wish there was an abdicate option somewhere. It is a shame that there isn't. Yeah, well that's it. As if it was multiplayer, I'd just be turning around to people and going, can someone murder me, please? Right, promote culture has finished. I mean, the good news is we're getting our Romano-British is going well. The other thing is, when this guy dies, that's all of his stuff is going to split, which is nice and handy. Ah, 21. Really need to be him, because he's only established and we're going to have to push. He did get an injury from the duel, but it was only a minor one. Or something that would let us take vows and retreat to a monastery. Yeah, like... There were ways in medieval Europe to essentially abdicate. Or even there should just be a decision that lets you let your kids take over more control. So what you could do is kind of, for example, that maybe what that means is they get a percentage of whatever your bonuses are. Do we need to Earl of East Anglia? No, just give me some more stress. It's actually why I dislike the traits that boost length of reign, because you end up with some very dangerous situations. We could... One thing we might want to consider is marrying him off. We could marry him to the Queen now. She's definitely up for it now. Prestige gain. Well, she hasn't got any traits. We're going to have to push really heavily on conquest. If you got the Wise in CK2, yeah, you could, and I think they kind of need to bring that back. Let's give him some more knights. I think this is a solid investment. Pollux is going to be a decent elusive shadow. Caster is going to be a decent steward. Now we just need to be able to give them some stuff. The good news is Ambrosius is going to have a lot of people he can marry off for alliances. Right, I think that'll do for troop increase sizes. Now let's just... It's 23. We're going to have to do a lot of conquest. Ooh, faction. Yes, please. Right, we can flip you back to there, because actually you're pretty good as that, so you can do that now. Now watch him drop out that faction, because we've given him stuff. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I think he might rebel this time, chat. He might actually rebel. The Corot redeemed a histofact. The Zimmerman telegram, which is the thing that was instrumental to bringing the US into the war, was decoded by the British. And it was essentially the foreign minister of Germany in World War I offering Mexico an alliance in return for them declaring war on the US if the US happened to declare war on Germany. The British decoded it because they were able to, because although the Germans were sending these messages via the diplomatic telegram, the US diplomatic telegram cables, what they didn't realise was the cables actually came on shore just off the coast of Britain. And the British tapped the cables and then decoded them. And then the problem was that British had to then get the message to the Americans without admitting that they decoded it when it was on the Americans' own diplomatic network, which took a little bit of clever scenario stuff, which I will tell you about another time. Oh, did they mention that in Kingsman, did they? Yeah. Right. I reckon he's going to go this time. So let's raise some troops. Now this time, can you please rebel? No fighting in the family. Should rebel. Dude, you've got to rebel this time. Come on, man. You can't just sit there at 100%. Thank you. I will not be threatened. Rally the troops. Right, what are we looking at? 6 plays 5. We could get some mercs. Not convinced we'll need them. We He's still not in charge in Mercia, but I tell you what we could do. Would you like a daughter? I've got a few. Yeah, we can call our half-sister in as well. And we can ask the Pope for gold. Can you come and give us a hand, please? Let's knock this speed down. Come give us a hand. Thank you. Time Skipper and Jag Dodge. I missed yours as well. And One-Way 61. Sorry to everyone whose follows I missed. Thank you very much for the follows. Very gracious of you. We are here every Sunday playing CK3 round about this time. Level 3 stress break will give you the abdicate decision. Ooh, will it? Let's push for level 3. Yeah, so today is CK3 every Sunday. Monday is our space day, so Stellaris at the moment. Occasionally Star Trek Online, where we have the USS Riker doing Riker things. And occasionally a bit of Lego as well. So we did some Lego yesterday. You would have seen Beck's Biochemist on stream. Wait. Did we lose our steward? That's a shame. Right, go on in. In you go, Caster. Do your thing. Yeah, we really need some onagers. Actually, we've got a siege guy. One of these should be siege guy. We haven't got siege guy. I don't want to put Ambrosius in charge. Because we are going to get to do some very nice title redistribution after this. Actually, we should probably group up and go for battles. Yeah, they're going to go for the capital, so we need to get over there and deal with that. Let's see if we can draw everyone else down with us. Yeah, they're coming in, that's good. And we will command it, because there is a non-zero chance we'll die. Coming in, everyone. Nice. Let's go for his capital. Oh yeah, that's a good call. That is a good call. Let's make sure Ambrosius isn't running around in combat here. You, sir, are not allowed to be one of our knights. Right, they're sieging down Ken. We could go and just kill him. I don't need love, I need obedience. Apparently we'd lose. Where'd everyone else go? Does one of you lot want to come? Yeah, they're both going to come. We'll let them siege that down, because they're better at sieging than us. So we have just gone up a level, which means we probably want to go for battlements so we can start upgrading some castles. Better army commander. How good is their army commander? Okay, don't do that then. Just stay there. Let's get that siege first. That's more important than keeping Old Kent. Well, we got someone's son captive. We need a new spy master. Lady Aelgith can be it. Yeah, go home, Ambrosius. Right, that is too good an opportunity. Oh, no, it's going there. Don't want him getting off that siege until we've got it. Right, go that way, go that way, go that way, go. Join me, join me, join me. God, do you remember when this game first came out and the amount of trouble I had trying to marshal armies around? Getting the AI to actually do something useful. Right. It's title redistribution time. You little shit, have given me far more trouble than you should have done. And I would quite like Hampshire off of you. Well, we're about to be better off than when we started. Give me Hampshire, you arsehole. This is going to stress us out. Because we're forgiving. Can we take the other ones? I think we can't without technically him getting shitty about it. But we can execute him. Because actually the fun thing is when he dies, these titles are going to split up anyway. She's our vassal. So this is Huiche, which we kind of probably want to set one of our kids up with. And that is headquartered in... Oh, but we need Wiltshire because we're going to need Stonehenge. We don't need it now, but we will need it eventually. Right, Gloucestershire is the head of Huiche, so revoke title. Now, fuck off with you. And that goes to Pollux. We won't give him the earldom or the dukedom yet, because that will get Ambrosius to give him, because it'll make him like Ambrosius. You, sir, are also in prison. Yoink. So that gives us Reading. Nobody likes Reading. We'll keep hold of that because we can give it out to him. Sorry, we're going to take off with you. And that gives us a bit of tyranny, but we can take it. And then Surrey we're going to grant to Castle. Who else is hanging around in prison? Uther. And that should crit stress us. We have attempt suicide, but we don't have abdicate, which is annoying. We'll see what happens. Now what we might want to do is grant Oxford to... doesn't really matter who we grant it to. Depends on whether we're letting Pollux keep... Do we want him having Oxford or Reading? I mean, we quite like our son. Let's not inflict Reading on him. Let's just put someone bang average in Reading. Why are we trying to die? Yeah, we need to farm prestige for kingdom creation, and the longer we're ruling with this guy, the less time we're doing that. Because yeah, prestige is per ruler, unless you've got the religious trait that allows a degree of prestige inheritance. That shiny gold outfit on your steward makes me think he's stealing a lot. He is doing quite well for himself, but he's also my son, so I'll let him off. Do some cultural promotion for me. Get going in Kent. Control raising to Gloucestershire. Let's help our son out. Actually, I'll tell you what, promote culture in Gloucestershire. Let's get that going first. Spymaster doesn't like us. This is a problem. I can gain a pickled human head. Let's not do that. We lose 78 stress and gain 50 stress. And Wolfgar of East Anglia is killed by us. Let's not do that. Yeah, the very definition of Reading, bang average. I'm not wrong. Should we torture our prisoner? Gain some dread. Crusade. Ooh. Thing is, we're not going to get enough prestige to do this, but if we can... Let's hold off for now. Oh good, we got faction spam. That's always fun when that happens. Stop losing stress! Damn it. Need a new marshal. Look, I'd be quite happy with them asking to put Ambrosius on the frickin' throne. I want Ambrosius on the frickin'... Oh, hang on, I know what we can do as well. We could just go and absolutely blitz the Crusade. We'd need to get 4,000 prestige out of it. It's just a massive gamble. Caster keeps being very indecisive about whether he wants to rebel against me. Yeah, then Pollux does as well. I think it's because the twins are essentially creating them, which then puts the other one in it, but then the other twin creates one, which drops the other one out of it. It is proper Chuckle Brothers to me, to you. I mean, that's the target. I don't know, man. He's got a lot of allies. That war is not... That's not going to go well. We're staying the hell out of that. Yeah, I mean, I could have put one of the daughters on the throne. I just don't think it'll work. What do we inherit? Berkshire. The fuck is Berkshire? Oh, it's the chap we put in charge in Reading. You can have it. Congrats. Congrats, you're now in charge of Reading. Ooh, reset perks. Good shout. Reset perks would do it. Hang on. So it increases our dynastic splendor by 1. But it would also mean that Ambrosius could take part in the crusade. Oh, you wanted to test, right? Look, so unless they've managed to make it bug again. So look, so here's Ambrosius. So remember, 17, 9, 17, 11, 12. Gonna hit Groom to rule. So 17, 9, 17, 11, 12. Trunk the Shiny! Thank you very much for the raid. We're just proving that it doesn't work, that you can do this. 17, 9, 17, 11, 12. So it announces it twice. It announces Groom to rule twice if you reset your perks. But it no longer actually resets the perks. Yeah, we can unpause, just to double check, but... Unless they've managed to break that again... Then they haven't. Oh, Blood Bowl 2. Great game. Love a bit of Blood Bowl. Right, so there you go. You've had 4 days unpaused. Oh, hang on. They've broken it again. He got an extra dip point. They have. The cheeky boost for extra perk points is now back on. They fixed that 2 patches ago, and now they've managed to unfix it somehow. That's very Paradox. That is wonderfully Paradox. That is so Paradox. Right. There's nothing else here that's going to help us die quicker, is there? Ambrosius is 27. That is pure Paradox to fix a bug, then unfix a bug one version later. Not I'm complaining, Ambrosius just got an extra Diplo point, but... How's the restoration been going? We are doing alright, so we now have good control again over what is essentially the Duchy of Cornwall. We have created Romano-Briton culture. We need to form the Kingdom of Cornwall. We importantly have also managed to snag the Norse trait that we needed. Because the real challenge we're going to have with this run is we want to restore Roman religion. Right, people who've tried to guess this before aren't allowed to guess. Right, how much do you think it would cost us right now if we were to look to restore Hellenism? So if I wanted to convert to Hellenism, so with no modifiers positively helping me, so to give you a scale of the challenge we're going to do, how much do you think it's going to cost me to convert to Hellenism? Have a quick think. Right, I think we might suicide. I know it costs us a level of splendor. But I think we just have to do it. I feel like we should go with tea brewed on a lethal plant, because tea death is very, you know. Here is a tea that will not kill you if you drink it. Enjoy it and buy it via my link. So got some good guesses in there. 25k, 18k, 150k. It would currently, if I wanted to convert to Hellenism. Would cost me 840,847 piety. There you go. So that's going to be the fun bit. I mean, we are ailing in health. I mean, or do we pledge to this crusade? If we pledge and die, and Ambrosius is still alive, oh, I know I know Mitashki. Converting to religious, the religious conversion thing, we did a test run stream on different ways of doing it. I have ways and means. I know how I'm going to do this. But it relies on us having a solid kingdom first. So it's not a thing we're going to do yet. It's sort of our end goal for this once we've got an established kingdom. But we need the petty Kingdom of Cornwall. This launches in 3 months. Oh, we died. Can we get some Fs in chat, please, for Duke Uther at 61? Dux Uther of Cornwall rests in the arms of the Lord at 61 years of age. He died of old age, a man not to be trifled with. He embodied the dignity and power of his title like few rulers can. Duke Ambrosius ascends to the throne, always clad in glistening and splendid armour. Ambrosius wants everyone to see him as he charges into battle. Motherfucking Fs. I still think we avoid that crusade. I think that crusade against King Diego Mendez the Naked. Who is that even against? Yeah, it's against Valadoid. I just think that crusade's going to go really wrong. Oh, why is it giving me all the fucking advice again? Just go away. It is about as thick as a hardbound catechism. There is a soft-bound catechism on these shelves somewhere. So we're at Distinguished. That means we're halfway to Illustrious, and then we're going to need 3k more than that to get beyond that. So we need about 3,500 prestige before he dies. We do have some relics that we should probably do something with, but I don't think we've got anything we can actually use at the moment. We've got our Hide of the White Cat still. But first things first, let's secure the family domain, because we are slightly over our domain limit. We do not have any allies, but we should be able to negotiate an alliance. Oh yeah, we need the military strength thing to reset, and then we'll be able to do that. Let's find our brother. We are going to grant you title of Oxfordshire. And we are going to give you... No, we're not going to give you the duchy yet, because we'll lose it. But we will give you that title so you like us, and that brings us back under our limit. Let's stop you being quite so shiny. because that is quite shiny. Let's put you in some armour, and let's lose the silly hat. We'll stick with the Norse circlet. Get you some armour. Let's give you a cloak. That's a bit better. So that would be marrying our cousin. We get 400 for that. I think we can't really sniff that, and it's also going to just re-secure that alliance, which we could negotiate, but I think we're not going to get a better... And it gives us time to shag around a bit if needs be. Pop out an heir. Yeah, exactly. It gives us time to have get some heirs with some other people. Because after that it's Croatia, and that's so. Let's just go with that. So that's locked that in for. So we know we've got 400 coming in like 16 years' time. We've got powerful vassals that expect council positions, so let's just sort that out. Feel like you get to be my marshal. Oh man, they blatantly did, didn't they? Someone snuck in a fucking perk. What did they take? That's alright, that's fine. That's fine. Because we now get prestige for successful seduce schemes. So we're going to be doing a lot of seducing. And it demonstrates that we can still take stuff off of that track, which is good. Now we could give her Spymaster. She doesn't like us. She is allegedly a title claim against us. So I'd have probably not gone for that one, but it's good enough. Don't really want her being... I think we're going to go for Pollux with his 24. Which means we do kind of need to give her a title, ideally. I might actually just make her... Just 475 troops. No, sod off. Although all of our options are legitimately terrible for Chancellor, so let's just go with it. We're not endorsed by the Scaly Bishop. So let's sway him. Let's get straight onto a hunt. She is spindly, but she is beautiful. Oh man. Boo. Can seduce her. Right, that is that. Let's get a feast going. We also need to work out what track... Oh, he's gone down the right one as well. You absolute star. Interesting conversation gives us dip +1. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, give over, right? My dad donated gold. Love how your bishop has a dead spouse. Yeah. It did cancel my bishop sway, but it's too good an opportunity to miss out on. Because the game has just essentially generated a beautiful character that we know has got lustful. So... it's warning me I'm expected to pledge. And it says that I have neither donated gold nor pledged armies to the upcoming crusade. And I'll lose piety. Oh, it's considering me as having pledged. I think that message is just a bit bugged out. Okay, that's it. We're now illustrious. So, we're now distinguished, rather. So we need to push for illustrious. And then we're going to have to push again. So, we are really trying to push on this. What's the law on this one? Yeah, we are the great grandson now. We started as a single count here. We are House Pendragon. We are the violence inherent in the system. And we have pushed to take over Cornwall. We are looking to revive Romano-British. And we are Romano-Britain. And then beyond that, we're going to push to try and get Roman religion back as well. So I think we're just going to need to start warring on things. Hello! We could actually probably win this with men at arms. Yeah, easy. Probably shouldn't have commanded his army. Someone is in prison. That means someone can be negotiated out. That's fine. You can be negotiated out. Oh, we are going to need more troops to siege it down. We are back in charge of the dynasty. So we're generating 5 prestige a turn, so we're doing a decent clip at prestige generation. My sister was shagging a bishop. My sister is always shagging a bishop. Help, I'm being repressed. Indeed. Do you want to marry one of my... he will get that alliance back when the war's gone, which is good. What do we think she likes? She's a charismatic negotiator. She is beautiful, it's unparalleled beauty. Entertained, I reckon. Yeah, suicide into me, please. So remember that fame is separate to prestige, and winning battles gives you fame. Yeah, she's proper a catwalk model, but that beauty trait is just too useful. And that we get 100 prestige every time we complete a seduction scheme. Yeah, do it again, please. Let's just piece that war out. So you are now my vassal. Probably a somewhat unhappy one. Right, let's get our Mercian alliance back. And you are still his heir. So can we have your alliance back as well, please? Yeah, let's go after Hertford. Although he is better off for troops. A podcast called Words to the Effect may be of interest. Oh, nice. I will check it out. So do go after Hertford next. Or do we do Holy War for the county? Then he can call in other rulers, can't he? So let's start nibbling away at his kingdom. So we've got cultural promotion going on there. Let's get some... Give me a claim on Suffolk, please. Well, how's Wales looking? Wales is looking tasty. And I feel that's more in character. Give me a claim on that. Do we, at this point, save up for Tower of London, or should we still be pushing on buildings? We should probably still be pushing on buildings. Pilgrimage isn't going to help us. I'm a fornicator, whatever. She's having a baby. Can we declare war on you? We have no reason to declare war on you. Oh yeah, we're going to need to not be thingy. We could go on a short pilgrimage. I mean, we can't take him. I do like that declaring war on someone reduces cultural acceptance. I know we're massively gambling by putting ourselves in charge of this army, but we kind of have to. We're only getting 10 gold for him. Right, let's just piece that out then. It's 599 on the way. Do you like the diligent develop decision? I do. It's very good. And I'm tempted to do it now if we're going to keep Exeter as our capital. It kind of depends on whether we're going to move the capital to London or not. We probably should move the capital to London, shouldn't we? God, I'm trying to remember my Latin now. Is it ablative? No, ablative is with. Genitive, isn't it? What's the genitive of Londinium? It'd just be Londinium again, wouldn't it? Would it be Londini? Romanes Aeant Dominus, indeed. Let's go and do that. The adjective version's not going to come up a lot. It's not going to come up a lot, it's fine. Right, claim being fabricated there. Disband soldiers. Twitch chat is a stickler. We're drinking, by the way, a 5.2% white beer from the Windswept Brewing Company in Lossiemouth in Scotland. And it is very tasty. It is very tasty. Highly recommend it. Right, these two are next on the eat list. I mean, the Pope's not going to give us any gold for a while. Right, we've locked in the Lancers with our brothers. Yeah, no, I keep the spindly baby. We would probably lose to his troops anyway. Fuck off! Fucking raiding me with 8,000 people. Who raids with 8,000 people? Oh yeah, we should do another seduction, shouldn't we? We are looking for anyone who is lustful. And fancies a quick tumble. Oh man, come on, we've got to. If she's up for it, we've got to. Like, just for the outfit. That's some proper cosplay fetish sex. We gotta make a jingle, yeah. Pope, do you want to give us a claim on this dude? No? You sure? Good morning, strategist on hiatus. We are desperately pushing for prestige. Our bishop isn't bad, luckily. I will not bash him. Gain dread. Mock him. Gives us a Diplo challenge, which is good. Come on. How are we looking on knights? Right, what do we reckon she likes? She's a prego jester. She is into money, content, diligent. We'll try that one. That's got the most likelihood. Right, we now have a claim on there, which means we can go to war with Princess Olwen, who has no allies. We need to get another claim fabricating on... Let's try and clear up some of our border gore. Why beat the bishop when you can jingle the jester? Exactly. Kill jester. Yeah, our family has a history of shagging priests. Like, not in real life, in game. The only problem is it does cost us a lot of money when we've got our armies raised. She's prego again. Anyone doing anything useful down here? Yeah, you're all doing useful things. Take the capital. Oh, hello. Can we murder your army? Not without taking some penalty stuff. Is this your own territory? Have you got rebel problems? She has got hail. We can invite her over and make her our court jester. That's another 100. Next on the seduction list is... Gradislava, who is robust and ambitious. How are you doing? Who are they to judge? Since I cannot be with my beloved Anne Swith's side, I fear she will forget my bright feelings. I'm not some minstrel. I can't deny my feelings. It's all getting very EastEnders in this. We could kill him quickly. that's free fame. And you might as well siege that while we're here, and then we'll move back if they start moving on it. Oh, can we invite her to court? No. And the issue we're going to have is we're going to need to take a break after this war because we are losing a lot of cash. Okay, cool. They're in our territory now, so let's join that up. That'll finish sieging before that does, and we can race over. I will legitimize her as my own. She is a genius, baby. Genius child of Jester. What are we calling her? Because that means we've got an heir. And it's a female heir, so it's a spare. She's not an Isolde, because she's... I think we've got another Morgana on our hands. No, our next Morgana should be... She's a Morgaine. She's a Morgaine. Right. 69, dudes. Oh, shit. We've got to take that. Or do we? Because we're missing out on a war if we do that. Let's just take the individual bit. Kill them first. Then go after the rest. We can now commission epics. I think we need to not be in the army for that, so we'll take a breather after this war. Oh, did I steal the dagger? Did I get a weapon? So you can see what I mean. We are creeping up there in the fame. We've picked up 1,000 already. But we do need to pause after this war. Build some cash up again. So what do we get? Prince Rodri's dagger. Nice. No, we're going to lose that. So no, no, don't. Stay there. But actually do go kill them somewhere else. We should be able to kill them in our own territory. Being balanced. Not overly keen on one night things. We're probably going to need to get rid of some lovers. We need to do some lover triage. Let's break up with Spindly Lady. Right, next on the shag list is Aethild. How are you doing? If you hire an antiquarian, your artifacts degrade less and cost less to repair. Oh, nice. Right, we'll kill these 3 dudes. See, that says balanced. We could win it quite easily if we just put... Let's put you in charge. Just for this battle. I know it means we're not going to get the prestige from it, but it's better safe than sorry. War is done. Caferdin can be given to someone. How are we looking on council members? I mean, a better chancellor would be nice. Oh, we got a terrible bishop. That's less than helpful. Tazy 22, thank you very much for the follow. Better than at least 21 Tazies. Worse than whoever many Tazies come after you. Has he got any allies? Yeah, he's got good allies. Let's not declare war on him. Right, who are we giving Cardiff to? We could set up one of our sisters. Have we got any unmarried sisters left? I don't think we've got any unmarried sisters left, you know. Might not be. I'm just guessing from the name. No, actually, we want to give it to someone who's of the right culture. You can have it. Wolfgar has a claim. And he's probably going to like us if we go for it. It might be Caerphilly, yeah. I think the thing is we could go for this relatively safely. And he's not getting any younger. I think we probably do it, and then we take a breather. Because he's already in a holy war with Wessex for Suffolk. Call our aunt in. basically have to avoid accidentally killing ourselves on Wessex Mercia's armies. So I don't think we can call him in. Because he's already fighting in the same war with him. But we do need to take a breather from war after this. She is generous and Gloucester. It'll be a bold declaration. Wessex has just murdered all his armies for us. You think there's a Cardiff or something? That would do it. Because he shouldn't attack us. He should walk round us. Let them leave me in peace. I mean, he's not bad. As a spare. Problem is he's of the wrong dynasty, isn't he? At least it means no one can expose us. She has no traits, so it's just a fling. Right, next on the seduction list. Ooh, hello. You are 16 with traits. Yeah, so he lost that war, so now we can go safely kill him. But we do now need a court physician, so let's invite a court physician. We short on knights as well. A lot of prestige to invite knights. Neither of you are very good. Leave a besieging force behind. Let's go kill them again. Job done. Get the hunt going. Right, I think we do now break and just build some cash back up. You have no traits. Hopefully just peasants. Oh no, my daughter drowned while playing with... yeah, whatever. Oh, it's a lot of stress. That's not useful. What does Frozen Grief do? Moderate health penalty? I mean, we are fine. Nah, Morgaine's a genius. Morgaine's our heir. Like, she's our backup heir. I don't really want to be a drunkard. Stewardship penalty would hurt. I don't think we want Frozen Grief. We're going to have to be a drunkard. That's annoying. It would pass, but I think a moderate health penalty to us right now would not be useful. Hey, look, we got a heistling. She is temperate. She's beautiful though. Got a lively feast. Probably wants to be entertained, I think. Can we kill her husband? No. Ooh. Level of Fame Impact we'll take first. We've got Dignitas or Gust. I think maybe we're going to need to push after that onto the learning path. Because I think we're going to want to get Whole of Body. Because we need to not die. We've still got a lot of work to do. We could really do with them not losing at all. So we probably will help them fight that. We'll keep her because she's useful. Next. Oh, she's not interested. She is. I could get down the chivalry route in a Lopa. Potentially. In marriage plan terms, we are betrothed to our cousin. Which is fine. Because that's 400. We've got 400 prestige coming from marrying her. So we're getting there. We are getting there. Remembering that we took over when we were 29. So in 4 years we have essentially pushed just shy of 2,500 prestige. Now we are going to have to spend a couple of years pulling that back a bit. And we do need to help Mercia out in this war. Right, here they come. Now, can we lure Mercia into helping with this? Depends on whether Mercia think they can win it or not, and they don't. Let's not do that right now in the middle of the war. I think we're going with the let them take a bunch of attrition routine first. They can attrit down to about 7k, then I reckon we can win this. What does he need the prestige for? We need the prestige. Morgane is curious. That's a good trait to have. That means we could probably go learning with her. No, I'm going to make a stewardship. So we are looking, we need to be able to take this decision. We need to be able to restore the Kingdom of Cornwall. We have everything to do it, but we need to be exalted among men. And that means we need to get to Illustrious, and we need to get one rank beyond it. So we are really pushing hard on Prestige, because Prestige is much, much harder to get in post-patch. Much, much harder than it was. They're gradually attriting down. We just need to lurk near enough to help them reinforce, but I'm slightly worried about our money. Didn't we seduce you before? Let's split them in two so they're in supply. Because he lost 700 men taking that. I didn't really need to make her my lover, did I? Kind of feel like we should split up with some ladies. Who's next? Ermeltrude. 35%. No, 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 no. Matilda. It's a lot easier if you have a court, though. It's like a license to print prestige and renown as a low-level king. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, is we need to get a court. So he's going to pull that back. They're landing over there. Do you want to come help me with these people who are sieging down my territory? Because we can probably beat them, you know. You are a herbalist. Can you not die before I've done the jiggy with you, please? Because you do realise we could probably beat them now. If you like came over here and helped. No? Not interested? I mean, us combined should now be able to beat them. And around it, I'll get me supply. That splitting up. Apparently not. split in half. It's sucking our gold away, but we just really can't afford to... Right, how about you split your troops up so that they don't fucking attrit? That's another one. Etienne! How you doing? Oh, yeah, I moved out of supply, didn't I? Seriously, mate, like, go for it. We'll deal with it. Like, again, like, there's no way you raid with 11k troops. But he must be bleeding supply. Also, how is that kingdom not split up yet? It's good to see massively overpowered Vikings is still a problem. Right, I reckon they'll go for it. Yeah, they're coming. Yeah, it's got a good chance. No, come back. Why would you go? God damn it, AI. Can we just, for once, like maybe, could you maybe help out here? Holy crap, our soldiers are good. We just stack wipe them. What? Well, that gave us a bit of a prestige boost. Yeah, go cataphracts. What do we reckon she's into? She's a mastermind for... Let's go Holy Book. Right, we would lose that. So we just have to put up with the fact that these fuckers are running around in our territory. Suddenly you feel like, yeah, well, no, that was why I checked it. I was like, hang on, can we get that? Well, that helped us out a hell of a lot. So we need another 4,500. It's doable. It is doable. Right, we need some cash though. Can you sod off, please? Hello, Cambridge. Oh man, he pulled in a bunch of fucking Yoms Vikings. Yeah, mate, could you come give me a hand? Can you come give me a hand, lads? Cheers. Got some Yoms Vikings over here, which we don't know whether we can beat them or not, because there's a symbol in the way. I get the problem they have with the Vikings, which is you've got to try and balance it, so that they don't get just absolutely curb stomped by the Christian nations, but they are massively OP. It would be really nice to be able to see if I was going to win this or not. No. But I will when they turn up. I'm even going to gamble on putting myself in charge of that one. No, let's not risk it. Now we're cooking. And I probably could have put myself in command, but... Oh, we're not seducing anyone. Whoa! Hello. Shame you're not in, my dynasty. Oh man, I wish we could kill her husband. We got a genius boy. No, acknowledging her wouldn't, because we couldn't acknowledge her. We just announced her disputed heritage, which is slightly different. As long as I keep suiciding it, it's fine. We are losing money now, so this is our last war for a while. We will guardian her, and we will convert her culture, and we'll convert her faith. Let's get one more battle against him. Pieces out. Expand. Let's give Cambridgeshire to someone. Whose kid are you? You're already doing alright there, so... So let's have a think. So as things stand, Sigismund here is probably going to be our heir. We are now August. Which means we get prestige +1 per month, dip +1 and martial +1. So that's locked in the thing, so we can now switch off of that track. So we need another 4k, remembering we've got 400 when we marry her. So we either need to seduce another... We need to seduce another 40 ladies before we die. I love that you only have 3 listed children when you have Red Viper levels of bastards running around. Yeah, we're going for the full Charlemagne here. This is how many different dynasties can we have that actually are all set technically descended from us? We don't have a truce with you, and you're Catholic. But you are part of Mercia, apparently, which is annoying. No, you're not. Oh man, the Pope's so close to giving us a claim on him. Does groom to rule work on unclaimed kids? That's a good question, actually. I've never really thought about it. Yeah, I think it is worth us getting pedagogy. I think we're going to flip to medicine. Because we'd quite like to not die. Not yet, anyway. Because we still have a bunch of prestige to do. How are we looking on court jobs? Give me some control boost. It's all that fucking Viking raiding that screwed us in. Get Londinium back up for me, please. Let's get more Romano-British going on. Going in Gloucester. We are at 7/6. We do need to give Cambridge to someone. Let's give Cambridge to... Who are we going to give Cambridge to? Ideally someone Romano-British. But that might be a tough ask. Our sister is Queen of Lancaster. Interesting. Do you have a seneschal? You got some control issues. We do not, I suspect, and that might help us. I mean, he'd be poor at it, but he's better than nobody at it. Oh, you're still need to give Cambridge. Let's just give Cambridge to a... Give me someone Romano-British. Please tell me there's some Romano-British around. Ugh, all rulers. Samson! Nope, you're already... someone's there. Right, guess it's just going to someone then. Physician we will work on when we got a bit more money. You got it. Use box at top to create a random noble. Yeah, I could have done actually, couldn't I? I always forget that you can create random nobles, which is surprisingly useful sometimes. We can usurp that, which is going to give us 300, so let's save for that. That plus feasts plus whatever is going to give us another... Yeah, we're not doing badly on this. We've got about 1,000 banked in actions. So we need to find another 3,000. Another bunch of wars will help. I mean, the nice thing is, because we are still technically a duke, at least our feasts and hunts aren't expensive. Oh, we're not seducing anyone. We need to seduce a lady. Whose turn is it? Inez! Hello. Let's get the hunt going. The animal is mine along with the fine, so I think we have to try that. It's a stewardship challenge. We can't... How old is she? 15. Oh, that's a shame. We'll give it a go. It's worth a try. Juan Martin. Thank you very much for the follow. So we've got another seduction scheme. That's another 100. She is arbitrary and temperate. We'll make a bold declaration. Probably a small locket. Right, well the locket pulled it back a bit. There's a lot of the Carling family that are actually Pendragons. There are a lot of the Carlings who are Pendragons. Nobody tell them. Gradislava, you can go away. She is a genius and would be a Pendragon. And she's younger. What was it, Elaine, that we had earlier? Wasn't a suggestion. Quite liked Elaine. So we've got child options at the moment. Anyone with claims in court? Probably. That's another 400 prestige. It's about 3,500 now. And that's another 350. That's going to give us another 150. We gain 300 from that. Does rank influence how much prestige we get for seducing? Do we need to be seducing countesses? Right. We want senior people to seduce. She's a princess. Do we reckon princesses give you good seduction. Sort by rank. Go for the Pope. Pope would be good rank. She's in jail, so we can't seduce her. Princess it is. They're all doing things. We're starting to get some money up again. We need him to die so his alliances drop. There's a lot of alliances. We'll go bold declaration. I'm not hosting that until we've got another fucking 150 prestige. How is this guy not getting a rep around the continent? I know, yeah. What culture do I have? We are Romano-Briton, which is a fusion of Cornish and Roman. We have formation fighting, legalistic, Eastern legacy, ancient miners, and storytellers. Learning. Give us pedagogy first, and then we'll go on to the health ones. To be fair, when you say about like getting a reputation around Europe, we are. As it stands, we're going to be exalted among men, quite literally. Julius Caesar Arundel moves to stay in our court. It's going to give us Herbalist, which makes us live longer, I think, so yeah. So we could start... We're going to have another claim on Diffhead in a minute. And we can just go for him, because that's a nice easy war to win. Morgaine is Catholic now, which is good. So Elaine we're going to need to convert. Sigismund we kind of need to convert if we're going to make him our heir. Don't really want to be a witch. It's not going to help our prestige boost push. Oh shit, our wife's pregnant. Right, so we really want countesses. Countess Marquesa. How are you doing? Did you create a culture or did you select it in the character builder? So what we did was we started as the only Roman person in the world, and we did a custom character as the Count of Cornwall in Brittany. We then managed to conquer Cornwall and spread out from there. And in the course of that, we then got Roman culture into Britain. Then we flipped Cornish because we needed Cornish for the decisions that we're going to want to take. And then as we got enough prestige, we merged Cornish and Roman to create a hybrid Romano-British culture, which is what we want because we want to restore Roman Britain. The real challenge is going to be restoring the Roman religion, but we will get there. We will do it. Le Green Moose. Le Jaune something. Thank you very much for the follow. Ooh, bad impressions, not good. So we need 2,500 prestige before we die. That's doable. Do we want Morgaine to be callous, arrogant, or charismatic? I reckon probably callous. So let her keep callous. And this should be a quick war that we only need our men-at-arms to fight. So let's just declare this one. And let's link up our territory first. Oh, hang on, he's under him. We can win that, though, relatively easily. Let's let the bank build up first, though. Because we can get a feast done as well. Is Elan, is it? I thought you were going from like a nice French feel to it. That's what it was. I like it. Well. Well. We have a legitimate genius. Name suggestions, please chat. For our Arthurian kid. Well done, cousin wife, indeed. Decimus? Oh, we're going to go... He's going to be an Octavianus. No, see, Arthur we're saving needs to be someone who is both got an intelligent and a beautiful... Like, at least 2 traits for Arthur, I think. Time to crack open my secret stores. $2,000 to go. Right. She is an astute intellectual, so it's probably going to be philosophy. We need to start on the Stardust thing with names. Primus, Secundus through to Septimus and Optimus. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we've only got one legal kid at the moment. The annoying thing is we can't become go chastise, take chastity, because we're a eager reveler. Well, we tumbled another Duchess, so that's... Yeah. I think what we're learning from this is... If you need to massively push on prestige, the absolute easiest way to do it is to start shagging around with the right perks. There we go. Didn't I legitimize one of the others? I did, but it was the daughter, I think. So he inherits everything. I deliberately didn't legitimize the son. Yeah, like, why fight your way to fame when you can just seduce your way to fame? Who's plotting to kill me? One of the many husbands of people have been doing the dirty on. Spymaster likes us, so we should be alright. Right, we are going to go to war with you now. And we'll take Brescianog off of you to even it up. Yeah, Duchess dear, can you not have any more children, please? Don't make me put your babies in jail. Because I will. I will go full jail, baby. $90 months at that cost is not useful for us. Yeah, the cuckold faction, definitely. Right, let's get them on. It's not going to go any faster, so. He's got an in-game nephew who's frail and bleeder. Sucks to be him. Yeah, just a bit. Hey, look, he's landing troops. How sweet. We'll send this force down there to deal with them, and we'll put ourselves in charge of it. Morgaine can indeed be diligent. Diligence is a good trait. Oh, don't give us more boys. He's decent as well. You can fuck right off. And your heir is Duke Leopold of Anhalt. We actually want that to rise. Because then we can take those titles off of him and reallocate them. Because otherwise we're going to lose those titles. So actually we're fine with that. I'm not sending him my underpants. There we go. We seized a small religious carving. Right, get me anatomical studies. Go deal with them. And what we want to do is swap that round. Put us in charge. 7 months on that one. We'll get that siege before then. And we captured him as well, so actually we'll just kill that off. We will give that to someone. At least had the prestige. Yeah, that's the thing, is we'll disinherit Paulus. The crew Bobo! Good for them. 4 months. Go away. The reason I'm not raising is we want the cash. Oh, they're too weak now anyway. So we could push for a claim on him. We're not seducing anyone. Mayor Brunhilde. And 55. I feel like we do have some standards. 40. Starting to lose track of who we've already seduced and who we haven't. Don't think we've seduced Larder here, have we? The Bobo Crew sounds like a CBeebies thing. Yeah, definitely. Are you going to stream Vicky 3? Yes, definitely. I am absolutely going to stream Victoria 3. Victoria 3 is very much my era of game. And my kind of game. And I think Vicky 2 was actually the first Paradox game I ever played. Right, we can usurp a title there, so that's another 300. Okay. We can win that. A little bit of piety, +1 a month. It's not bad. Right. We can get Mercia and Ireland in on that. Which is going to give us another 3k and another 2k. I don't suppose you want an alliance, do you? I got some spare sums going for anyone who wants an alliance. Actually a crane? Where's crane? No, that's not useful to us. Raiding the larder, yeah. We can win that war. This is also why we need to get a kingdom rank so we can get a holy order, because that would really help with this stuff. You got any decent troops? 600, I'm not going to sniff at them. It's going to cost us a bit of renown to do it though. Proxon's worth calling in. Let's call him Proxon. Almost tempted to marry into Gwynedd. Competent alpaca! Thank you very much for the follow, and well done on being competent. That's a hard thing for an alpaca to be. Right, we've called everyone in. We're not raising until he lands. Everyone deserves to know the truth, because we want prestige. A horde of disjointed pirates, landless freemen, desperate lesser children, and other assorted miscreants have joined Bjorn in his proposed assault against my holdings. Although the size of the force is formidable, they lack discipline or loyalty, with each scrounged mercenary focused exclusively on what they can get out of the war first and foremost. Unlike a conventional foe, it might be possible to simply deal directly with the invaders. Perhaps a bargain could be struck. Sushi Katyum, thank you very much for the raid. I should actually make that pimpage command so that other people can do it, shouldn't I? No, it's just you. You had a lisp. There you go. How is Project Zomboid now that you can actually do cool things in multiplayer with the new, later updated graphics? Because that's the thing that might now get me back to doing it again. Never! Back to your frozen hellscape of a home, scum. That's nice. They actually do give you and there's a new event then to allow you to pay off the Norse, which is useful. Nah, we're fighting this. We are fighting this. We just need to know where they're going to land. They're landing there. Right. And I think... Oh, I haven't got enough for mercs. That's really annoying. We could hide them anyway. Right, if you follow me in, we'll win that. Get in! Eat it, Vikings. Sushi Kayam, thank you very much for your subscription. That's very generous of you. By the way, Sushi, you want yesterday's Lego stream if you want the mellow ambient music, me talking stuff. Ooh, crystal Latin necklace. As I know, that's what you've talked about before. We are now just 500 off of Exalted for Men. I'll tell you what, those cataphracts are powerful. This has to be the cataphracts that are doing it. Yep, so we just need to sleep with 2 countesses. Speaking of, we should be seducing someone. Who haven't we slept with? I don't think we've slept with the mayor. Let's go up to Mayor Matilde. Do we get the same prestige if we go back to someone we seduced before? I have a sneaking suspicion that we do. But I'm deliberately not doing it because I think that's a bit cheating. Chat, I'm apparently an adulterer. I'm sure this will come as a massive surprise to everyone in chat. But apparently we are an adulterer. Do we want to do that? Yeah, we'll do it. I know, how many, like, there's not even a counter in this game for how many people we've slept with. But we're up into at least, well into double figures or more. For those who recently joined, this isn't just us being weird. We have unlocked the... bing, 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 bing. We have unlocked this Legacy Gift Givers, which gives us prestige for completing Seduce schemes. Which we need to do, because we need to be exalted among men, so that we can restore the Kingdom of Cornwall. It's going to cost us 300 gold as well, so we kind of need to save for that. We are very close now. I mean, essentially we just need to save. Because we've got a title we can usurp. And we can do a hunt. So we are good. We are there. Octavianus is going to be our heir. Move! I'm trained in medicine. No, I want the fox. So close. 2 more sexy times. Oh yeah, we're sleeping with lots of people. We're sleeping with lots of people's wives. Be as gallant and charming as possible. There are a lot of women in this game who are annoyed at me. I know, that's actually the thing that was worrying me the most, was getting lover's pox. Given that we haven't got the trait for boosting stuff. Right, Morgane's Romano-British, which is good. Go investigate Pollux, please. He's a deviant. We probably want our bishop to like us, which is not as hard as you'd think, given the amount of sexy times we can do. Oh shit, I just cancelled our seduction, didn't I? Oh well. Look, we're almost there. We're going to make it without. Do we need to reforge that? It's going to cost 1. Let's repair it. Don't know what it does. Ooh, hang on. Prestige plus 0.4 a month. Yeah. We should be wearing that necklace. Adrian! Every single one of this guy's children are actually mine. All of his kids are mine. Every single one of his little carling babies is my baby. Learning perk. I mean, we'll take restraint, but it's not going to achieve anything. Do we even need to now? I don't think we do. I think we go cultural fascination progress. Because we're going to get this. Oh, we popped out another Sprog. You can be Budok. Right, we are going to have to do some disinheriting then, because Paulos needs disinheriting. And Budok needs disinheriting. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll hold off for now. Almost there, and we're just saving for the title now. I mean, we could prison baby him, but he's got good traits, and we're about to go kingdom, which means we can start giving out more titles. Which will actually be quite useful for us. Hello, hang on, hang on. What's going on down here? Can you not, please? East Francia. Can you not? Be stealing parts of my kingdom. That's absolutely disgraceful behaviour. So 2 months and then we can do it. There we go. We are now exalted among men. We probably could push to living legend with a bit of work. 15,000 they've upped that to. Jesus. They really have upped that, haven't they? That is a lot of ladies we'd have to sleep with. $45. So we started prestige pushing at 29 and we were halfway towards the one before illustrious. So we pushed 500 to get to illustrious. We then pushed 2,000 to get to the one before illustrious, and 2,000 to push to get to illustrious, and 5,000 now. So we have gained 7,500 prestige in what, 16 years? Yeah, Bavaria's hanging around in Cumbria. So we managed to get 7,500 prestige in 16 years. So I think it is still possible to get living legend. Just not for this ruler, because I think you want to be... like, remembering we've done all of this as a duke, so we haven't had any court benefits to boost us. Which is the killer. That's the disadvantage, is we've not had any court benefits to boost us while we've been doing this. So now that we can finally get to a kingdom rank, that means we're really on the track now and we can really push on. Which is really useful. Right. Here we go. The spirit of ancient Dumnonia has burned in our breasts since Brutus first landed on Britannia's misty shores. It will burn brighter yet. Let's go. Let's do this. Onan, Hag, Ol. As Rex, you have new duties and responsibilities. You will now be expected to regularly hold court, solving the disputes of the realm and letting your courtiers take part in your daily routines. Cometisa, Cassia of Wiltshire, is looking sternly at me, in a direct, almost lecturing way. Perhaps there is also some surprise in her eyes. She starts to unfold a beautiful banner, bearing the emblem of House Pendragon. One of the ways in which the world will now judge your rule is by how you adorn and care for your royal court. Lady, I've got a cat skin. I've kept a cat skin from my great-granddad that we are going to hang on our walls. I've taken the liberty to have this made as a gift to mark the beginning of your royal tenure. Let them see their new Rex. Cornwall does not take kindly to invaders of any kind. For centuries we have struggled against them, fighting to reclaim our home. With great cunning and skill I have finally succeeded in taking back the lands of ancient Dumnonia, refounding the Kingdom of Cornwall. The foreign menace has been withstood, the demise of old Britain outlasted, and I now stand ready to face whatever fresh challenges Satan may throw at us. Come what may, Cornwall shall endure. I am as Corvinus reborn. Let's be honest, as someone who has been shagging his way through most of Europe, the nickname the Trojan is entirely appropriate. If anything, we could probably have done with more Trojans, given the amount of the royal courts of Europe that are technically the sires of our loins. I think it's the only difference is you get a nickname. So, before we finish, we absolutely will. We have 2 court artifacts we can display. Where can we hang the dead cat skin? Oh, where's my dead cat skin? I need to hang my dead cat skin somewhere. Yes! We're going to hang it over our queen's head. Don't worry, dear, it's just a dead cat on the wall. So you enter the throne room and you're like, is that a dead cat? Has he got a dead cat on the wall? Why has he got a dead cat on the wall? Don't mention it. No, I'm going to mention it. It looks like a really old dead cat. So we have a masterwork, Pendragon banner. Nice. Men at arms maintenance minus 3% is not to be sniffed at. And over here we can put our other one, which will give us another bit of a boost. Don't look at me, I have a purple rarity fur hanging. Nice. Give me my fucking Veil of Veronica back as well. He quite likes me, he might just give that back. We're going to try and steal that artifact back. I want my artifact back. So I'm going to set that. Right, we've got our agents in, we're fine on that. So let's go council, support schemes. What a terrible colour. But the most important thing is we are the Regnum of Cornwall. Rex Ambrosius the Trojan of Cornwall. Someone is always trying to murder me, but I don't think they'll get away with it. And they've got very low chance of success. We should be fine.